And we're live with the most awkward thumbnail in YouTube history. How's it going, Mike?
It is delightful. I love the thumbnail. How could you not love that thumbnail? It's so on brand for us.
I'm not gonna lie. It looks like I would probably try to tell you why The Last Jedi sucks and then ask you out with that thumbnail.
Ooh.
It's so...
That would be a really, really good icebreaker. Like you just walk into a bar, like, and just show that picture, like, hey, let's talk about The Last Jedi. And everybody would just like flock to you, I think.
Absolutely. So welcome everybody to What the Show with Mike and AJ. This is the actual inaugural episode. Seeing a couple people in the chat, seeing Juice, seeing Buck.
What's up,
Y'all
Buck?
are awesome.
Party J.
So yeah, we're doing this whole thing. It's going to be no negative news. That's kind of the rule. We do have to bring up the big event from yesterday, though, briefly.
Yes.
National
Sandwich Day.
Absolutely. So, what's your favorite sandwich, Mike?
Ooh, I'm like a meatball sub kind of guy. So yeah.
Nice.
That would probably be my choice.
Yeah, we could all. I think we could all use a good hero right now. That's not to bring up the political news. That was Colin Kaepernick's birthday. Happy birthday, Colin Kaepernick. Sorry to get political on the show, but hey, it's better to be unsigned than be the potential quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
That's a bad situation right there. They're going to lose by so much this week.
Aren't you a Jets fan?
Yeah. But we're going to get Trevor. So
you can only hope at this point.
It can't get much worse.
So we're going to talk a little bit more football, but first things first, we got to bring up our inaugural guest.
Yeah, we got a fun one tonight.
Oh yeah, total snake in the grass. I've heard. Here we go. It is Chance, the Cobra Ellison. How's it going, Chance?
It's going good. Thank you for having me.
Good to hear. So, Mike, you're from Florida.
Yep.
And you had something that happened this week that we were all...
They're the best. So those of you who know my fiance, she went to the University of Florida, so her whole family's big Gator fan. So I've become kind of an adopted Gator. And we're watching the game the other night, and anybody who watched the Florida-Missouri game saw right before halftime there was a scuffle after a cheap hit, and then the head coach of the Gators, Dan Mullen, runs onto the field and basically incites a riot. But not only does he do that, he then goes to his halftime interview, conducts his interview, starts walking into the tunnel, then turns around and walks back out and starts firing up the crowd, like raising
it up.
It was seriously the most entertaining thing I think I've ever seen in a football game in a long, long time. Like, it was, we weren't watching college football right there. We were watching WWE. 100%.
That's the thing. Like this past weekend, football was professional wrestling. Between that and the Javon Williams Bears fight.
Dan Mullen, actually, breaking news, has been signed by the NXT Developmental League and will be managing Pat McAfee.
Oh, man. So the even better part, just like you're watching the game and he's there and he's claiming that he was out there trying to break up the fight and get everybody into the locker room, and then he subsequently just turns right back around, and whatever it was, like I think it was like 10 or 12,000 fans in there. It wasn't even close to capacity, but he's just trying to rile them all up. Like, could you imagine if that had been a full stadium, how loud that would have gotten? That would have been like the greatest like live entertainment at a sporting event you ever would have seen, I think.
Well, here's the thing. I kind of pull for him because like he was that coach who like backed up his players. Like, you could see Gordon getting Bombay pulling that shit.
Oh, he was 100%.
That's a total Gordon Bombay movie. He would fight some kids if they were starting shit.
Gordon Bombay didn't he actually fight some kids?
He might have punched the shit out of a kid. I don't remember.
Like
I watched Mighty Ducks 2 yesterday, actually, and
did he punch the shit out of a Russian kid?
No.
What about an Icelandic one?
Well, he was more concerned.
German?
Yeah, he was more concerned about his fancy clothes and his haircut in that movie. But
I think they're doing. Aren't they doing like something like with the reboot of Mighty Ducks? Every episode he's have Gun Bay just beating the crap out of some kid.
Oh,
I mean, he was a total
asshole already.
Like, that's the movie that I really want is alcoholic Emilio Estevez just beating the shit out of some teenage hockey players. Like, just making a comedy.
Yeah. Well, Emilio needs work. Like, we haven't seen Emilio Estevez in a hot minute, actually. What's the last thing we actually saw him in?
He directed something like really recently. I don't know what it was called though.
Directed something?
Yeah,
he directs a lot, honestly.
Oh.
It's usually not like big, wide releases or anything.
No, nothing like major, but he directs a ton of stuff.
Oh, looks like we have an actual Gator on to talk about this.
Bethany.
So Bethany, he said adopted Gator earlier. Can you actually adopt gators in Florida? I'm unclear if there are laws there.
It's Florida. Anything goes.
Well, ain't that the truth? There are a lot of places where you can go meet gators, very like Tiger King, like little stops on the road-esque places where you can go like pet a baby gator. And Gatorland is the oldest amusement park in Central Florida. So to answer your question about adopting them, I don't know, but you can pet a baby one if you want.
So, well, now we know what I'm doing next time I'm out there.
Yes, we're going to Gatorland.
We're going to Gatorland.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Yeah, I couldn't have Mike on here chatting about the Florida Gators without stopping in to throw in my 2 cents or 2 bits.
So what are your 2 cents? Is this a normal thing? Like, have you witnessed things like this going to school in Florida?
Our coaches basically starting fights. This is the best like Florida thing that ever happened, which was back in 2004. Very dark days for the Florida Gators. Ron Zook was our head coach. We don't talk about it much. So they put out a media guide every year. And on that year's media guide, this was like a sign of what our season was going to be like. They put a crocodile on it instead of an alligator. And that's my favorite thing that's ever happened in Florida football. We were all so embarrassed. We're like, that's a crocodile. Like, that's not an alligator. So that one probably takes the cake. But yeah, the Dan Mullen thing was very good. Mike was actually... Like, I think we were both kind of like looking down on our phone. Sorry about my like terrible camera work right now. But we were like both looking down on our phones and we like look up and we're like, oh, the team is just like having a brawl. And I think maybe the most invested I have seen you all season was when Dan Mullen came out and got crazy. So
I could watch that clip all day. Like, seriously, it's so good. If you haven't seen the clip, find it. I know Pat McAfee retweeted it, so you can find it there. It's fantastic. Woo!
Just
yeah, I was waiting for the interview to start.
Oh man.
That's how we're doing sound bites on the show until I figure out how YouTube works.
We may never figure it out. We're not even on the right channel right now.
No. Yeah, welcome to my personal channel, where I took a 3-second selfie because I don't like not having a picture as an avatar on the YouTube chats. It kind of makes you feel like if you're going to say something controversial, you're a bit of a counter. So I was just like, boom, here we go, upload it. And that accidentally ended up being the YouTube thumbnail for our first episode.
It could not be more on brand. It really could.
That's a really good job, AJ. That was a real
like 3 years ago, and makes it look like we procrastinated 5 seconds before we launched the stream.
We didn't.
You didn't. I don't know how, like, I've loved so many people doing like these independent shows, that kind of thing, but figuring this stuff out, man, I just got a whole new appreciation.
It's not so easy, is it?
No.
Ooh.
How's the frame rate?
It's here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, guys. So, we are going to be talking about some of the worst comic book movie characters tonight. Yet,
Not characters, villains. We've been through this.
Comic book movie villains.
If it was characters, we'd be opening a whole nother Pandora's box right there, because that's that could get even worse. That's another day. We'll save that for another day.
That's a big wormhole there.
Bethany, did you want to stick in and talk about this with us, or you want to like?
Oh, I'm gonna probably pop out only because I am doing this on my phone, and no one needs to get sick from my terrible camera work. But before I leave, AJ, I will let it be known that there are 3 lovely gentlemen on screen right now, and 2 of them have slept on my couch. So when are you gonna get on it?
Probably soon after the global pandemic.
That's fair. Yeah, let's like wait till that heats up a little bit.
Oh,
then you can come and
once this clears up, the couch is mine again. So sorry, AJ.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, when it clears up, Chance literally shut down Walt Disney World, so he needs to come and I get to
open it back up.
Officially open it back up, so to speak.
Before Bethany leaves, Chance was literally with us when the world ended. It was insane. Every day,
celebrated it together. It was
I think what our last day at Disney was like the day before it closed.
The day before it closed, yeah. So
wow.
Chance left town on Saturday, and by Monday, everything was shut down. It was crazy.
The last time I went to Walt Disney World, not having to wear a mask, you were present. So yeah, maybe we need you to come back, and then they can
reverse the cycle,
get rid of all of that.
There you go.
So you'll restart the world. All right. Well, on that note, I will be watching you all in the chat talk about comic book villains, AJ. But I had to pop in. It's
comic
like I hear
movie
Florida
villains.
Gators. It's like my Beetlejuice. I just have to appear. But have a good chat, y'all. Bye.
Cheers.
You talk about the Niners first, though, and who the hell's playing for them on Sunday?
Oh God! We're not tomorrow.
Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Oh my God!
They've got nothing.
Who is playing?
They're down like their entire receiving core right now.
Jimmy G's out. Kittle's out. Bosa's still gone. Ayuk's
Mostert's gone.
Samuel's gone. Mostert's still out. Their left tackle's
they lost.
Gone.
Their whole starting offense is basic. Like Jermichael Hasty is the only name we we're going to recognize, and nobody knew who he was until 2 weeks ago.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
Green Bay. Green Bay's going to win by 30.
Oh my God!
Put your money on Green Bay.
Maybe Jordan Love will get to play this season. Who knows? I mean, the real important that matters is Sunday when the Steelers annihilates the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't know what spread it would have to be for me not to bet on Pittsburgh in that game.
You know how many things have to go wrong for Pittsburgh to lose to the Cowboys?
I still have Pittsburgh in my survivor pool, and I'm 100% using them this week.
If the Browns put up 50 points,
what's the survivor pool?
Oh, survivor pool. So you pick one game a week. And basically, you can't use that team again. So as long as that team wins, you go on. So week 1, I used the Patriots beating Miami, and they did. So now it goes through the whole thing until you pick one wrong, but you can't use the team twice.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's Kyle's thing, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I need to get in on that. I'll get on that next season.
Definitely next season we'll publicize that a little bit more, and we'll get in on that. Sure. But yeah, it's fun because it takes a lot of strategy because everyone will be like, oh, I'm taking the Chiefs right away, but then you're down the Chiefs.
This is some Carol Baskin shit. I'm still kind of stuck on it. Legit.
Oh, just after we're done with this stream, Google them, look them up. It's ridiculous.
It's Florida. Most things fly down there.
I lived in Louisiana for a little bit when I was growing up. That wasn't a thing around there. And it's we had gators. What the hell even is Florida? You guys are it's like redneck Australia.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. Thank God for Disneyland or Disney World because they didn't have that. Oof! I'd hate to see what wasteland Florida would become without that.
Well, I mean, Disney World was built on a swamp too, so it's all it's all ridiculous. Jeez. Oh boy.
Oh, hey, looks like we got somebody coming in here.
Hey,
Jader Paramo, what's up?
What up, man? Cheers,
Well,
boys.
oh wow.
Cheers.
Jader, I'm gonna stick a pin on that. Jader, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, man? How's it going?
Oh, good to see you, bud.
I was told to ask you about the ape.
Yes, the social distancing ape. So
What the hell is
Gatorland
that?
literally has like at their front, like mascot, like a character. It's a social distancing ape, and he walks around telling people to stay 6 feet apart. It's fantastic.
Was the sexual harassment panda not available?
It's pretty much the same thing.
That's amazing.
Does it have an adorable voice like the sexual harassment panda, or is it just like?
Oh no, it doesn't talk. It just walks around like pointing at stuff. But it's fantastic.
Oh my God!
Social distance gorilla.
I got a quick question for you boys. What is this football that you guys are talking about?
Oh, we know you don't know.
No. I watch. I just haven't this season. Look, dude, this is literally like all freaking day. What I do is just read and read and read. Because I decided
Your fantasy team reflects that.
Oh my! Hey, I beat you, so I don't care.
Did you beat me?
Yeah, I did.
You did.
One win, he made it count.
My first win was against you.
That's right.
But I actually made
We're not playing a defense strategy, Jader. It's been bold.
Dude, I've been so lost. What I did catch part of a game. No, it wasn't even this Sunday. I think it was past Sunday. I forgot which one. And I saw a little bit of the Bears game. I saw a little bit of the Giants game, which pissed me off.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, which pissed me off. But that's
ridiculous.
That's about it. I think this whole season I haven't been able to do it. But yeah, man. What's up, boys? Chance, how you doing, man? It's been a while.
Good. Yeah, no, it's been a while. Last time I was on your show.
Yeah, I know. I got to get all you boys on again. We're talking what comic books, right? A comic book villains.
Yeah.
Yes. See, Jader got it right, AJ.
Are we doing that now?
He's smarter than the host. Yeah, let's jump into that right away. So we came up with this idea, we were talking about all sorts of ridiculous stuff on the stream, our test stream. And it's like, what is the worst comic book villain? I'm like, this is actually not a debate. This is just kind of like a free-form discussion. We're just going to throw some ones that are just like so ridiculously bad. They don't really add to the movie. In a lot of cases, like in my case, I was like, oh my God, when I saw the movie, I'm like, this movie was not good to begin with. And then this shows up. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So why don't we start with Chance? You kick us off because yours is a fun choice.
I got a couple though, because I couldn't just pick one. There's a couple.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I have more I can throw out, but I'll let everyone else get a chance first. So my pick was. I was saying this. My pick is The Octopus from the 2008 film The Spirits.
That movie's fantastic, by the way.
Now,
no, it's
question.
No, I know it's not.
If you want to see how fast Frank Miller would squander all his goodwill from Sin City, go watch The Spirit and I don't think anything epitomizes how bad. Well, maybe Silk and Floss, but mostly how bad this movie went than Samuel L. Jackson as the Octopus. This is a case of an actor who was not told no by a director who was not told no in a movie that was not told no.
Yeah, that movie should have never happened.
So bad.
Yeah, and you said you haven't seen it, so I got to sell you on this. Basically, what happens is in The Spirit, there's this dude who's basically not Batman. He's not Batman. He's not the Shadow. He's something way, way more lame. And he's fighting Samuel L. Jackson as the Octopus, which is right at the bat. You got a problem there because how can you take a villain called the Octopus seriously? Even Samuel L. Jackson, even a movie as bad as not as bad as ridiculous Spider-Man 2 knew to call him Doc Ock. They didn't say Octopus.
Wait. So it's not an actual physical octopus?
No, Samuel L. Jackson.
I had something entirely different in my head. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
man. Why is he oral arm?
Why is he called the Octopus? We have no idea.
Reasons?
There's like one line in the movie where it's like, I'm the octopus. I got 8 of everything. And you're like, hey, is that why?
Is that why?
Because there are plenty of situations in that movie where he does not have 8 of everything.
Dude, but does he have like a henchman that's like a baby crocodile?
He does not. His henchman is a very, very disinterested Scarlett Johansson. Like she is sleepwalking through this shit. But to give you a sense of some of the things he does, at one point he dons sombrero. At one point he donned a samurai outfit. At one point in this film, I'm not making this up, he becomes a Nazi. Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson comes out in the movie wearing full Nazi garb, and he has to go along with it like it makes all the sense in the world to him.
Everyone in the German army has heard of Hugo Stiglitz.
Basically, that's what this is. You wait for the Hugo Stiglitz intro. But no, yeah, this is a ridiculous villain in a ridiculous film, and I love Samuel L. Jackson as an actor, and thank God he got Iron Man the same year.
Right.
Otherwise,
that could have been a career killer.
This could have been a career killer if it wasn't for Nick Fury the same year.
Right. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I know it's on actual octopus, I am never gonna watch that movie.
No, hold on. He has an awesome gun that I'm trying to find.
Oh, the one with like 4 barrels.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have like 8?
That's the line. Well, no, the line is I got 8 of everything. He pulls out 2 with 4 barrels.
With 4 barrels.
That's the 8s.
AJ, look at that.
But yeah, it's like right before that,
fantastic.
right before he says that, right before he pulls us out, he's just like, I'm the octopus. Like I ate everything. So it's like, do you have 8 sombreros, 8 samurai uniforms, 8 Nazi uniforms? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, so that's what was going a little Iron Sky, the Nazis on the Moon movie.
Nazis on the Moon.
Iron Sky. That movie's totally legit.
That movie was so messed up. It's so like
a German shepherd bits my sister.
Isn't there a sequel to it? I think there's a sequel to it.
There is. It's like Iron Sky Blood something.
I've never seen the sequel. I need to. Iron Sky was so ridiculous. I mean, we're gonna go off track. We know this, but like, didn't they actually like change the one guy's skin color in that movie? Like, that's how bad it was.
They did. They pulled the Wildcats.
Yeah. Also, AJ, there's 10 people in the chat.
Oh, we had double digits live?
Yeah.
Nice. We got to pause to celebrate.
Oh, is this what we're doing?
Oh, I did not know about bring champagne to pop.
Yeah, this is our first time with double digit people streaming live. We got to take a quick second here. Mike brought a glass, which is professional.
Way too classy, huh?
Yeah.
Way too classy for us.
Pinkies up, guys.
Salute to double digit people in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 10 of you.
Make it work.
We're not even on the right channel.
No. Oh.
So, Jader, give us your perspective.
It's a pain in the ass to do this shit, huh?
Big time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It took us a while to figure it out. So, kudos to you boys.
We're working on it.
Yeah, it's a progress. Thanks again for coming on for the first episode. This highly professional podcast. Jader, what do you got? What are some of your favorite worsts?
I don't have mine is more of a pissed off what they did to the character versus it just being plain old bad. Right. I have to mention it's one of both of them actually they're pretty bad for me, but Deadpool in Origins.
Oh yeah, great choice.
Yeah,
that's a great choice.
There's no way that I couldn't pass this shit up without fucking shitting on that character, which we all saw got its justice in Deadpool too. Holy shit, man! This is bad.
Good.
But
still listening. Just I'm gonna jump off cam for a sec.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, man. Honestly, I think everyone that knew even the slightest bit of info on Deadpool, which we got, we can cuss on this show, right?
Oh, go right ahead.
Cool.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, good. So we got the biggest dick tease of life, right? We got just the tip part where you see actual wave with the katanas. He cuts the bullet in half. I thought that scene was fantastic. And again, you start seeing a little bit of you see Wade Wilson's character coming on. You're like, holy shit, he's quick, quirky and all that shit. And he was just getting on it. I'm like, man, this is fucking awesome. And then we don't see him for the rest
till the end of the movie.
The rest of the film.
Yeah. And then, exactly. The rest of the film to the very, very end where they shut his mouth. Yeah. And it's the complete opposite of what the fucking Deadpool character does. But not only that, his fucking katanas come out at his fucking arms, and I'm like, what the fuck did they do? If you don't, like, I wish, and I promise you, like, I wish we had, like, I'm like even fucking drooling how pissed I am. But I wish, like, you know, we can use time machines for a whole bunch of shit, but if you guys want to have a laugh or, like, just see, it's Jader's first time watching Origins, and put a camera right in front of me right when they show this guy, and I'm like, what? I remember fucking losing my mind in that theater. I was already pissed off with the movie because I found it boring as fuck.
It was terrible.
Yeah, and I'm like, what the hell? When I see that shit happening, I was like, I'm not even. And then the laser eyes, it's just everything about that character upset me. So again, I knew when I saw that I had read the chat briefly, that you were gonna go with the spirit. I'm like, I gotta mention Deadpool because he's like, there's like 3 characters that comic book villains that really, really pissed me off, and that I think is like my number one because of how excited I was to finally see Deadpool on screen. And again, the biggest dick tease of life. So I want to say your experience is the first time you saw this movie.
Okay, I have to do a very funny story about this. So, flashback to summer of 2009.
Right, you were 6.
I was in San Antonio. What? How old was I? I was.
Please don't 11. Say it. Please don't say 11. It. Oh, you motherfucker!
Please.
So flashback.
I should have ID'd you before I opened the champagne.
Flashback to the summer of 2009. You have a young Chance Ellison who was in San Antonio for his family reunion. There's this like really nice theater in San Antonio called the Palladium. It's an IMAX theater. It's huge. It's gorgeous. It's a lovely, lovely theater. A bunch of us were going to go to a movie there to see an IMAX, and because that summer, Star Trek 2009 was playing.
Oh yeah,
excited. We were all hyped.
Oh yeah,
we were all going to go. We were going to get tickets. We're like, okay, it's gonna be great. Let's go do this. We get to the theater. It's sold out.
Yep.
We got there too late. That Star Trek sold out. So like, what else is showing? X-Men Origins Wolverine, First Class Origins. Okay, I like X-Men. Let's do it. And for my sins of not getting tickets for Star Trek, I was subjected to X-Men Origins Wolverine.
That's your fault. That sounds like a you problem right now, man.
That is a me problem. But I remember, like, the beginning of the movie, like you said, Jader, it's decent. It's not awful. It's not great.
No. Absolutely. The first
I think that
30, 40 minutes, in 40 is like pushing it. First 30
is pushed. Yeah, 40 is way pushing it.
30, 20.
I got like 15 to 20 tops.
Yeah, it's interesting to start, but then just falls off the rails.
The second biggest letdown of that movie for me though was like I was a huge Friday Night Lights fan, and Taylor Kitsch's Gambit, like that, like I had my heart set on it so much.
and then
where'd he go? The worst part of the movie though. He wasn't the worst.
But anyways,
it was not.
Back to my story.
Deadpool was definitely the worst.
I think I liked that movie was the casting, because I do think that it's cast well. Like Liev Schreiber's a good Sabretooth. We know Ryan Reynolds had the ability to be a good Deadpool, and when we saw him as Wade Wilson, like, oh, man, this work. And I was excited because I'm like, oh, okay, Wade Wilson's here. I mean, at some point we're gonna get Deadpool, right? And he shows up at the end. I literally screamed. I literally said out loud, like, it's just getting my throat. I'm like, what on earth is that? And you didn't bring the worst part, Jader. The fact that, spoiler alert, but it's bullshit, so whatever. The whole thing, the whole fight ends with Logan cutting off his fucking head.
Yeah.
Yes, bro.
And the fact that they had the fucking nerve to make the end credit scene him coming back to life and being like, "Shh, I'll be back."
Yeah.
To be continued.
One of 3 end credit scenes in that movie too. They wanted you to go back to the action.
I didn't get that ending. So when I went to the theater,
was it Wolverine in Japan?
Yes, that's what I got. So I was like, and then everybody was like, "Oh, Deadpool's coming back." I'm like, first of all, that wasn't Deadpool.
Yeah, no, literally, when I saw it, I was like, go fuck yourself, movie.
Yeah, no. Well, that's honestly what they said to us. go fuck yourselves.
Pretty much.
No, like literally, and that was the product of Fox at the time, just bullying Gavin Hood into making a movie that he clearly did not want to make.
Well, I thought it was a product of the writer's strike, actually.
The writer's strike,
That's
too.
right.
Yeah, because like I thought it was like they were like literally having the actors like improv half the dialogue kind of thing. I think I read that at some point.
Yeah, they had to rush out really quick. Jackman was really trying to push it through because it's a Wolverine movie. There's no shit that was going to do well, but God damn, that movie is so bad.
And then the movie leaked, and everyone knew it sucked before it came out.
That's true, yeah.
That leaked like a week early, yeah.
I saw like I think 20 minutes. I saw to where they disband, and I was like, it's not that bad because I didn't get a bad. I just didn't.
Yeah, you didn't get to Canada.
I don't want to ruin this film. I got to see it in the theater. I saw that movie opening night, and Star Trek opening night. You fucked up there.
I know I fucked up.
You want to know what's crazy? I wasn't gonna see Star Trek because I've never, and this I know this is gonna become a fucking thing, but I wasn't a Star Trek fan. Like by 2009 is what made me. I'm like, bro, this shit is pretty dope. Let's see what else is out there. You know? So I remember when Star Trek came out. My roommate, which I live with, but I wasn't living with him at the time, he calls me up and he's like, "Hey, dude," he's like, "Let's go see that Abrams Star Trek movie. It looks pretty cool." And I was with my girl at the time, and I turned over to her. I was at her house, and I was like, "You want to go see Star Trek?" She's like, "I don't like that shit." I was like, "You don't have a choice. Let's go see Star Trek." I don't want to stay home.
That wasn't no goddamn question.
Yeah. So then I was like, "Let's go." So we go see Star Trek. The first 10 minutes of that movie with Hemsworth and everything that's fucking going down, I'm like, what the fuck did I just sign up for?
Blew my great intro.
The intro was amazing. BC soundtrack follows as soon as the title card comes up, and you just get fucking just badassery all around. I love that movie.
It's still my favorite Star Trek film. I think the movie
it's so good.
No argument.
Yeah,
and any movie that uses sabotage is immediately a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Immediately a win if they play sabotage in the movie.
So seeing that, and then I was like, what the fuck did I just see? And then going from that, I think Wolverine came out before, though, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Wolverine was Memorial Day, and Star Trek was first week of May.
Yeah, Star Trek opened the summer. Wolverine was later on.
Yep. So Wolverine was definitely Memorial Day.
Again, I saw them both opening night.
Smart guy here with his movie release dates.
No, I knew it was 2009. I know it's 2009. If you tell me exact fucking dates, we're fucked. But I knew that. But yeah,
I used to work at a theater, so I know a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So yeah, but seeing, again, it's kind of like night and day, man. Night and day, those movies. So,
oh my god, yeah.
Did you see it in IMAX though?
Huh? No. Again, for my sins, we were subjected to X-Men Origins Wolverine First Class Origins.
Yeah. I actually made it to the theater not too long ago. I got to see Empire finally for the first time in theater. I was pretty excited.
So did I.
That's awesome.
I had to, man. There's no way I was gonna pass that up. Obviously couldn't see it in theater, so when I saw it was back, I'm like, I'm going. I don't care.
I saw the special edition when it came out in '97, and that was special.
That was awesome, man.
And it is the least egregious of any special editions.
They didn't change that much in it. It's minimal. It's minimal compared to the other two. But the McClunky cut is definitely the best. That added to the movie. McClunky. That 100% added to that movie. I don't care what anyone says.
What the hell is McClunky?
Exactly.
What do you guys?
Be warned. George had another successful break-in, so kind of mess around with that Han Solo shit again. He breaks in. Oh yeah, we tried to stop him, but he's surprisingly slippery.
He had one more surprise for us.
Just beautiful.
Yeah. It was
so my pick. So I had one that it's a pretty easy, obvious pick, because it's Galactus. Which is one of the greatest comic book villains out there, but comic book movie wise, it's a cloud, but you can't really talk about it that much because it's a fucking cloud. Right. So let's have some fun with something else instead. So in Infinity War, you establish one of the greatest comic book movie villains of all time, one of the greatest movie villains of all time.
Right.
He has this tragic backstory, a beautiful character arc. And then we get to Endgame. And after you kill that one off, you have a version of him that's from 5 years in the past or whatever. And there's no character development whatsoever. My worst comic book movie villain is Thanos in Endgame.
Endgame Thanos is an interesting choice.
You're nuts.
That's an interesting take. I said this wasn't going to be a debate, but I'm kind of questioning this one.
Yeah, I don't vegan. I don't give a fuck what you say. No.
He shows up. I'm gonna murder everybody because I failed the first time. You weren't there the first time, Thanos. And like all the sympathy, all the love, all the things that we saw that he had from years back when Gamora was a child. That's just not present in his character whatsoever when he comes back and he's fighting the Avengers during the portal scene and all that bullshit.
But he was still fighting, he was still fighting them by himself. He's still the Mad Titan. He's still got all the power. You know, he doesn't have necessarily the arc, but he's still the Mad Titan.
So after Infinity War came out, every single movie news channel was having the conversation. Is Thanos going to be a greater villain than even Darth Vader for film? Guess what happened after Endgame came out? That conversation never happened again. Whether they wanted to or they didn't. It was not a conversation.
I don't recall ever seeing that conversation. So sure. But keep in mind, if that's the metric you're looking at, if that's the metric you're looking at, after we got Darth Vader, we got the prequels. So both kind of got fucked by previous films. That's your argument.
Is true.
Yeah, both did.
So Vader
hating sand.
I think that's way worse. And that's coming from a guy who's a massive Star Wars fan. But I will say that I think that the approach to that is different. I don't think you see that much nuance in his earlier days. I think granted you do like I do like seeing that too with Gamora in the past, but I do think that a reason that he is more impulsive, he is more blood hungry, is because you just said he's younger. He hasn't learned yet.
No, younger.
Okay, but the difference between me and 25 and 30 is like I just turned 30. The difference between me at 25 and now is not as big as that celestial being.
But is your goal to bring balance? Is your goal to kind of bring balance by fucking over half the universe?
No.
So
I won't tell you who I voted for. That's not that stream.
You have no frame of reference here. You're like a child that was in the middle of a film and wondered what's going on.
I'm saying is 5 years to him is not something that could have I don't think it would establish that much maturity in his life.
Well, you're not a big purple Debo from space, so you wouldn't know. That's the.
You don't know what I do on my weekends.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm terrified to hear about this.
But that's the thing. Like the whole thing is like Thanos is that it's him prior to becoming. That's why he keeps the armor. That's why he's not. That's why in something I love that they did in the Infinity War is. Like it's him shedding the things that binded him. Like it's why in the beginning when he gets the space stone, he loses his armor. Why? He doesn't need it because and he grows to be a better villain as that film goes on. Whereas here he doesn't have that experience yet. He doesn't have that.
But he had all of his backstory. He had all of his backstory though.
But he didn't have like a realistic way to do it yet. And I'm like until he did.
At that point, he hadn't collected the stones, and collecting the stones is what made him become what he was. But even from the get-go,
he hasn't really started yet.
Then you're negating. Then you're negating basically all of the character development they put up for him in Infinity War because he didn't have that inside of him the entire time.
You're really not because he took those 5 years make a difference.
Yeah,
those 5 years do not make a difference.
Yes,
what did he do? What did he do in those 5 years? What did he do?
5 years ago, I didn't know my fiance.
The goal became a reality. Literally, it's like, hey, okay, now I can find these stones. Now I can get this shit. Now let's go.
He had the Mind Stone.
No, but he gave it away because he didn't know what he had. Because he was arrogant and didn't know how to make out of all of this.
Right. He's a celestial being.
Doesn't make him smart.
No, but he had a lot of time to get mature.
I think we should move on to a more appropriate choice here.
Yeah, no,
and I don't think anyone's gonna.
AJ, bad.
I don't think anybody can possibly. I saw it in the chat already, and yes, it was so obvious. I had to go with it. It's Enchantress. My God!
I forgot what you picked.
You gotta give it to Incubus too. Because what the fuck?
I'll give you that. Like, oh my God! I tried to rewatch it today. It's so bad. Like,
yeah buddy. Harlem shaking, man.
Oh, like she's there, and like they try to do the little, the blurb at the beginning to give her a backstory. It's like, okay. And then they execute her and it's like, they put her into the movie. It's like, oh my God, how did you colossally fail? Like, this movie's already a clusterfuck and you've managed to make it an even bigger clusterfuck with this.
Coming through, man. Air cut coming through.
Please, I would much rather see that than the Snyder cut. I'll say that. But.
Yeah, man. But yeah, man, I agree with you 100%. I hate that fucking movie. I actually have Joker written down as well. Because I hate I hate it. Yeah, I hate
he's so bad. I can't believe they're bringing him back for the new Justice League. It's like,
I don't know how or why.
Literally, why? I'm like, why? Why are you bringing him back? I don't know, man. And let me tell you, man, there's some little defenders out there. There's a lot of people that are like,
we know Kelsey, but
is Kelsey in the chat? We can bring her in.
Oh my God, no way, really?
I don't know if she's in or not, but if we should bring her in right now to try to defend it. That would be fun.
Oh, no, I would have brought Craig Barbarian for the Infinity War talk because
oh my God.
Shit, it's one of his favorite films of all time. So it's funny.
Oh, it's my favorite.
I love Infinity War.
No.
My favorite Marvel movie.
Shut up.
Thanos. He loves Thanos a lot, so that's why.
What I will say about Suicide Squad is the fact that I saw the movie opening nights. I went to a 10 p.m. screening on Thursday,
and
when 10 p.m. screening, Get Out, people are clap their hype like, yeah. I didn't clap. I'm just like, no, this is fucking bullshit.
So this is what happened with me.
I almost walked out. Like I've only done it twice, and that was almost number 3.
I had to review it, and I got to see it. I think like 3 or 4 days before it came out, and the whole time I'm watching this movie, I'm like this. Yeah. Serious, just watching it again. The people are clapping.
That's a valid one too.
I haven't written
the worst one. How do you pick that? I would respect it.
But I was watching the movie and I was with my ex at the time, and she's looking and she's liking the film. You can tell she's really into it, and she like leans over. She goes, "You don't like this movie, do you?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And I'm like,
"Was that the first time you
halfway through, I'm like, hopefully it gets better. I'm like, and I said it. I like Margot, and I liked. Oh yeah. And I liked Will Smith playing Will Smith.
Will Smith was he was just being himself. Yeah, they were fine.
They were fine.
But it was a terrible story, and like you could tell that thing was just hacked up from what it was supposed to be.
Best part about on the Adranges, like best part is the fact that the movie kind of just decides like, okay, we need a villain. Pick one out of the hat.
Yeah,
that's good.
Enchantress.
It's also just like the worst kind of villain you could have had him face
up. While having Joker in the film and not utilize, even though whatever, I wanted to see more Joker, but you could have done more with Joker than whatever the fuck you got.
And not to mention, well, number one, that automatically makes Amanda Waller the biggest idiot of all time because you think it's like, oh, it's like, you see, the Suicide Squad was right. It's like, wait, you were right? Wasn't she part of the Suicide Squad? Yeah. Oh, really? So it's kind of like all of this is your goddamn fault. If it wasn't for you, none of this bullshit be happening.
So you said Amanda Waller's the biggest city of all time when he's here?
Okay, second biggest. But also, it's just,
he tried to argue Thanos.
It's also just like shut up, AJ. It's my turn to talk.
Specific.
It's also just weird because like that when you read a comic, which I did, then we're never the ones who took on like big cosmic supernatural beings. No, he's like, oh, we need to kill a fascist dictator. Okay, send the squad to do that. We need to infiltrate a foreign country to steal some documents. Okay, send the Suicide Squad to do that. We don't send you to fight like immortal gods. Not to mention, I mean, it's been pointed out a shit ton, but like, where was Batman? Where was Wonder Woman? Where was the Flash?
But we had Rick Flag.
Let's send the
Flag.
No,
Captain Boomerang versus a goddamn Skybeam.
We didn't have those people. Instead, we got a crazy lady with a bat, a guy who shoots fire who no longer shoots fire, a petting zoo, and a guy with a GoPro shot to a boomerang. That makes no sense.
Katana's intro was the best. The way he delivered that fucking line.
Oh, this is Katana. He's got my back. I will look out for that sword.
Does Suicide Squad have the worst sky beam in a movie though?
Probably.
Ooh, I think
so. No.
A lot of those.
There's I think I have one. No, actually, take it back. Yes, because the hurling trash circle in the sky also makes it worse. And this was after another movie I can think of. So yes, that is the worst sky beam.
Yeah,
dude, I've only seen that movie once.
I tried again today. So bad.
The ending, to be completely honest with you, I know that they were trying to fight off shit. I just blocked it out, and I remember that for Steph, for my girlfriend, they were all gonna take her for her birthday, and I was gonna join. And I remember this was obviously before me and her were dating, and I'm like, I got shit to do, man. I'm like, I'll catch you guys afterwards. And this was like opening night, like, you know, with the hype crowd and everything. And I was like, fuck that. I'll pass this. I'll meet you guys at the bar. You know, like bad, man, bad. And you want to know what's crazy? That I gave it a positive review.
Really?
So it's one of the exactly, and I didn't like it. I guess I didn't want to talk shit about the film because I was
about the Oscar-winning,
Oscar-winning Suicide Squad. Yeah,
no, but it was one of those where I'm like watching it. I still, again, I own the movie because I just buy every steelbook known to fucking man. But it's the one, I still have that one wrapped up. I haven't opened it or anything like that. It's the one movie that I'm like, I don't need to fucking see that shit again. I've
watched that movie.
I can imagine
so many times.
I do not envy you
because of Geek. It's not the worst. It's not the worst thing I've watched for Inner Geekdom, but God, it's bad. It's so bad.
What would you consider the worst Inner Geekdom movie? Catwoman?
That's a good question.
Well, that's probably maybe.
But Catwoman's entertainingly bad. Like you can watch that and just be like, "Oh my god, this is so bad." But like Suicide Squad is just dull and directionless
and makes no sense at all.
Yeah,
it's incoherent. It's hard to see. It's ugly. It's
absolutely. I agree with everything you just fucking said, man. I'm telling you, I've only seen it once. I saw that one screening. I gave it a positive review. I want to rip that review out of the internets. And
I'm gonna go find it after this and retweet it or something. It needs to be.
I'll send it to you guys, but it's like pretty positive. Where I'm like, yeah, man, there's the foot in the right direction. They just gotta fix some kinks. And then I like reread it the year after, and I was like, you fucking liar.
they gotta fix a couple things.
Journalistic integrity.
Okay, half of the things. They need to fix all the things. Okay, this movie's bad.
Yeah, dude, it was bad. And again, the movie ended, and even in the car ride home, and I went to see it in a theater that was like an hour away because it was the only screening they had. And I remember on the ride home, my ex she was like, "You really didn't like this movie?" I was like, eh. I'm trying to like absorb it all in, see what's up, whatever, you know. I'm like, they played Eminem in it. That was pretty cool playing.
That soundtrack's A1.
You know,
the soundtrack's fantastic. Yeah,
like it's the kind of thing that I like to describe as like a perfect 5 out of 10.
Christ,
guys, everything AJ's saying tonight is incorrect.
It is so unbelievably average.
Average? You're giving it average?
Every part of it.
All right, so since we're on the subject of this, and we're probably gonna mention like more.
Like it's not terror bad like
Catwoman. The worst DCEU film, and you guys
100%. There's nothing worse than this.
Yeah, just DCEU.
It's so bad, like almost collectively. But I saw that in theaters and like was like seriously like, should I just walk out right now and just cut my losses? Like I finished the other ones, but but that one I was just like, oh my god! And especially when Enchantress came on at the end, I was like, this might be it.
I have it bottom of the barrel. A lot of people like to say that Justice League is the worst. I think
Justice League has a couple of moments, a few
okay.
It's still bad. Justice League, in my opinion, is still bad.
No,
but
it's bad. It's bad.
It's Suicide Squad, in my opinion.
It's more like a bland bad, where Suicide Squad is like offensively terrible.
Yeah. Let me tell you, man. After I remember seeing BVS and just being like, whatever about that too. But on rewatches, that movie has gotten better for me. But if you put it in Suicide Squad, if you put it in Suicide Squad, man, that's just a masterpiece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want to watch it. Maybe if I watch it before I watch BVS next time, I'll like it more.
I promise you, watch Suicide Squad first, then watch BVS. You're like, yo, this is not that bad.
This isn't bad.
Or you'd be like, what the fuck did I just do with the last 4.5 hours of my life? Either or.
Yeah, I agreed.
I reviewed
BVS I think probably about a month ago, and I hadn't seen it in a while. And I was watching it
too.
And I saw the extended cut too, which is fucking long as shit.
3 hours.
Yeah, everyone tells me you got to watch the extended cut. I hated the original one. Why do I have to watch it when it's even longer?
You can suck. You don't get to suck for 3 hours.
Yeah. It's nothing too crazy. If you haven't seen it, it feels more. It does help with the editing of the film.
It's definitely a more coherent film.
The first time I saw BVS, I'm like, the editing in this movie is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
It really is.
It's so choppy where you're like, wait, what happened here? And they don't go back to certain shit. And then this one fills little gaps. Where like, oh, that's what happened to that person, or this is.
Yeah, it's more coherent. It gives Superman a lot more dimension, which they clearly had no interest in making a Superman movie.
It's more Clark Kent than Superman, but you get to see what is going on instead of them to like, oh yeah, I did this quickly. Like they'll be like, oh, I'm going here, and then the next is like, I got the answer, and I was like, oh.
you get to see more of those fake eggs, but you don't care because Kenny Cal is such a beefcake. The funniest thing, one more thing before we move on to the next villain, but the funniest thing is there's a scene in the original cut where Clark Kent's watching news footage. Thing is, it's different footage between the theatrical and the extended cuts. So just like, wow, what direction did you give Henry Cavill for this scene? Just just watch it and look kind of pissed off. That's
look
good.
pissed off. Either way, we're gonna fix it. You don't know what you're seeing.
You don't know what the fuck you're looking at.
So you had another one though, Jits?
Oh yeah. Now, does the name Laurel Hader ring any bells to any of you?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course it does.
I just mentioned her.
This is Sharon Stone's character from 2004's Catwoman.
Yep.
I saw this shit in theaters, and this is the movie that taught me, movies can be bad. Mm-hmm. Movies can be horrendous.
Yep.
Just because, okay, first of all, it's sexist as fuck because we need a villain for this female movie. What should it run a cosmetic company? Sure, why not? And her whole plot is fucking ridiculous. The whole thing is spoiler for Catwoman, but honestly, if you haven't seen it, I'm saving you.
You're saving everyone on this one, 100%.
Yeah. So the whole thing is they have this face cream that if you stop using it, your skin disintegrates. Thing is, if you keep using it, your skin, in the words of the movie, becomes like living marble. It's like indestructible, like living marble, which doesn't make any sense because marble actually breaks very easily. So, but just okay, so if your face disintegrates, if you stop using it, then keep using it.
Right.
Matter of fact, why are you marketing this in cosmetics? Sell this to the military. Literally, just hey, U.S. Army. I got a whole shipment of face cream that's gonna make your soldiers super bad and fucking awesome and shit. And how would you like that? We can do this. But I guess it doesn't work like that because she very easily just beats the crap out of her. Literally, you see her skin break, so not indestructible as she claims. And yeah, it's so bad. She's very obviously evil. They very clearly gave her the direction. Just hey. Be sinister. I mean, Sharon Stone she's never known for being a great actress. She commands power, but she's never been known for being a great actress. And this is maybe her crowning achievement of bullshit.
What was I gonna say? I didn't see this movie in theaters, sir. I actually didn't see it until maybe 5 years ago, more or less.
It had a legend at that point, though.
No. Halle Berry was on timeout for me because I hated Gothica. Like, hated that movie.
Yep.
You know, so then that
You
came
know what?
out
Fuck you,
2003.
Hallie. I hate it.
So I'm like,
Just like,
Hey, she
came from, like, fucking
she's fine as hell though. She's fine as hell.
No, she's fine as hell. But
She is a damn good actress, but she's made some really bad movies.
She's made some really poor choices.
Yeah.
Her comic book movie run is not very good either.
No.
Really, like, look at it on a long
you know
time
where I
table.
was glad that I'm like, she kicked some ass recently? John Wick 3, man. I love her.
Oh, yeah.
She's
She was
awesome in John Wick 3.
Great in John Wick. But that's the reason why I didn't run to the theater to go see Catwoman. And the word of mouth back then was atrocious. So I'm like, I'm not wasting my time. But I ended up watching it, and I was like, it's really as bad as people say it is. Like,
yeah.
you know, like, it can't be that. No, it's that bad.
The effects are crap. The writing is crap. The direction is crap. Everything about the film is just. There's not a positive thing you can say about Catwoman. There's really.
I was working at the theater at that point. I was a projectionist at that point, and I would look into the theaters, and like opening weekend, even there was probably no more than maybe a quarter of a full theater, and that wasn't even like our big theater. It was, one of the smaller ones.
And I read comics. I'm like, oh, I like Catwoman. She's great. She's great.
Catwoman, yeah.
We didn't get no Batman. We didn't get no Gotham City. We didn't get
Michelle Pfeiffer was great,
Michelle Pfeiffer's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. So,
just real quick, Bethany, this is noted right here. This could be a thing, because damn,
Catwoman's
I have a couple. If we're gonna do an episode, I'll save it.
I have non-flashbacks of Catwoman.
I kind of feel like this quartet here should be like a monthly stream. The four of us should definitely do like a once a month stream together, because this is going very.
Oh, absolutely! Because I just realized I can do this.
Yeah,
and that's so good.
But
feels wonderful.
When I finally saw it, I was like, "Holy shit, man!" Like, and I feel bad because I know it gets asked in like Inner Geekdom and shit. So I'm like,
it is pound for pound the worst movie Inner Geekdom. Like, I don't want to say nothing's close because there's some really really bad
Superman
films in there, 4. But it's Superman. I would watch Superman 4.
I would watch Superman 4.
Again, that's not even the worst Superman movie. Not even close to being the worst Superman movie.
Yeah.
Which one would you put?
3 is way worse.
The Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
They're both so.
4 is at least shorts.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't revisit.
And you can laugh at 4
too much.
I saw 4 in theaters, and like even as a kid, that might be my answer to that question. Actually, I was like, "What did I just watch?" I was real little at that point.
Fixing the Great Wall of China. That's something his heat vision can do. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. So I mean, we're getting off topic, which we said we would, but since we're talking about
the show,
we're talking about bad films. What have you guys ever walked out of a movie? I'm sure you guys.
A few times.
Nope.
Yeah.
I've never walked out of anything.
So the first one for me, actually, like I said, I was projectionist. It was X-Men: The Last Stand. I got to the scene where, I got to the scene where Jean kills Professor X, and I was like, this is just awful. I'm done. And I walked out, and there were a few people, a few of my coworkers who were in there who were super X-Men fans who were like cursing me out for walking out. I'm like, this is shit. Did you not watch X2? X2 was great. This is garbage.
X was fantastic.
I actually never walked out of anything.
Wow.
You what?
Never walked out of anything.
Ever?
Nope.
Oh wow.
I think I told you this chance too.
I've been tempted so many times, but I've never walked.
I've remembered. One doesn't. Okay, the first film I ever walked out on was Mr. Magoo with Leslie Nielsen.
Oh my god.
So I remember going to the theater to see that, and I thought it was utter shit.
It was.
I walked out, and I went to the movie right in front, and it happened to be Scream 2. So I ended up making up for it. Scream 2 was way better. And it was like, I don't want to say it was opening weekend but I had already seen Scream 2, but I was with a bunch of friends, and I was like, this is way better. So we ended up going and see Mr. Because again, I was underage at the time. I wasn't 17 to go see when Scream 2 came out. But I remember we went, and because again, growing up a Leslie Nielsen fan, with your Naked Gun, your Spy Hard, your Airplanes, what have you. So I'm like, oh, Mr. Magoo can't be that bad. And I love
miss. No, he missed.
I loved the Mr. Magoo cartoons growing up.
Yeah, so did I.
He didn't just not complete the pass. He just like turned around, said "fuck you," and threw it at the stands.
Fuck this shit. Yeah, man, it was bad. And Rocky and Bullwinkle movie with De Niro was another one that I walked out on.
Oh my god, that's
a trend there with me. But
I have a very weird relationship with that movie, but I'll talk about that another time.
It's fun. It's fun.
I walked out of Alexander when I was 14, and then also this past year I walked out of Holmes and Watson. Those are my two.
You see, I challenged myself. I'm just like, you know what? No matter how bad this gets, you're gonna stay, and I stayed.
Yeah, Holmes and Watson. I turned off.
Huh?
Were you the only one left in the theater?
I was the last one left. Yeah, I was the last one standing.
Oh, the Dead Don't Die. I saw the Dead Don't Die in theaters, and there was like 20 people at the start of it. By the end, I think there were 7. So that was I loved it though. I love that
funny
movie.
You mentioned both those movies because Steph, for some reason, likes everything. Right? She likes utter shit films where I'm like, I can't watch this shit with you. I don't like this shit. And she saw Holmes and Watson, and she calls me and she goes, I think I just saw the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, really? And she likes like dumb shit. She'll see like Zombievers and shit. Like she'll just watch anything.
Oh, I love Zombievers.
Yeah. So yeah, it's funny that I like it too. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just showed her Tucker and Dale, like nice. A couple weeks ago. Anyways, but we're talking. I mean, she's telling me that this movie is utter shit. I still haven't seen Holmes and Watson, to be completely honest.
I
watched it.
You're one of the lucky ones.
I know I'm gonna have to watch.
It's awful. It's awful.
Once shit gets rolling again. But I'm like, I haven't seen a movie in a while, to be honest with you, because I've been again reading so much. But that was one, and then at home she rented the Dead Don't Die because she's again a big Bill Murray fan.
I love that movie.
You love it.
I love the Dead Don't Die. It was so bizarre.
She hated it, dude.
So wonderfully bizarre. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that, actually.
I think that was okay. That's coming from a guy who's a big Jarmusch guy.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Mike, next time you see her mention that movie, you'll see her face. Like, you'll immediately see her face, dude.
Steph and I are cool, so yeah.
Yeah, man. But I think I don't think I've walked out of much more, man, to be honest with you. I probably have a couple. I wish I would have napped during Alexander or walked out of that shit had I known.
Wish I would have walked out of Zoolander 2.
Zoolander 2, I watched on a plane. It was so bad.
I
remember my first time.
I saw like 40 Zoolander 2, and I was like, nope. And I ended up. Oh, you know what movie she hated actually? Fuck, we're completely off topic. I showed her Prometheus, and she couldn't stand it.
I can't stand that film either.
I watched Alien right before Prometheus, and I was just the whole time just comparing them. I'm like, oh my god, Alien was so much better.
I mean, I wasn't trying to compare with Alien. I just liked the story with it. She hated it. She goes, everything that happens to that movie, they all fucking deserve to die. She goes, so fuck stupid characters like that.
It's not inaccurate.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. No, that crew is like abjectly stupid. Doesn't make much better
they're all fucking scientists. She goes, are you fucking kidding me? And I was like, god damn, just stop.
Run sideways.
Yeah, she said the same shit. She was like, why isn't she running sideways? How stupid is she? And then she goes, and then the biologists see a weird creature. They're like, hey, let me touch it.
What are you, Steve Irwin?
She hates it, dude. She hates it. So right now she'll tell you that she'll probably watch Holmes and Watson 100 times over watching Prometheus one more time because she couldn't stand it. And then right after that, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll show her that. I showed her Event Horizon, hated that movie too. She hated it.
You should ever watch Doom.
Oh my god!
Oh yes.
I've been playing Doom Eternal. That game's awesome. If you guys
I know the game is great. Doom the movie is fucking.
It's so
when they go first person. Oh my god!
Oh no!
That is like lovely bad though.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
So I was going to say, like, I remember the first movie I walked out of. It wasn't Last Stand. It was actually a movie called My Boyfriend's Back. It was like a zombie love story movie. But I had a similar situation.
I love that movie with Johnny. That movie's awesome.
I was like, I don't remember how old, maybe like 10 when that came out. But I walked out of that and walked into Robin Hood Men in Tights, and my day got so much better.
Oh, that's a really good movie.
I mean, my day got so much better because I made the right choice on that one.
Well, that's one of those things. Like that movie can make any day better.
Yeah. Well, that movie's just a fucking delight.
Oh yeah, I love that film.
Shit, I might watch that tonight. Like after this, I don't know. I haven't watched something long enough. That's a fucking delightful movie.
Separate unlisted watch along because we all just have the same idea.
Men in Tights.
Yes.
We're men in tights.
Men in
tights.
Oh my god, Mel Brooks, just
the best, man, the best. I love that guy.
That was my first Robin Hood movie, and to me, that was just like the Robin Hood story growing up. I saw it when I was like 3-4 years old for the first time, and
the Disney one was for me.
Then that was just my Robin Hood. I did not get any of like the adult humor in it, and loved it as a kid, and just kind of grew with the movie.
I remember as a kid just loving like that. That's the reason that toilets were called Johns. Like as a kid, that was like the funniest thing ever for me.
It's even funnier. It's even funnier after you watch Robin Hood Prince of Thieves, because the whole time I
didn't see that movie until like 5-6 years ago. I didn't get the Kevin Costner joke until then. Yeah.
Prince of Thieves has
that whole movie just trolling Kevin Costner.
Oh, 100%.
Because his Robin Hood was so bad.
Which one?
The Prince of Thieves has that awesome, like awesomely bad Bryan Adams song. What was it like?
It was like,
yeah.
I'll do it for you.
That shit's on my playlist, man.
Bryan Adams is
the guy that Canada had to formally apologize for.
I'm not I'd go see him live if I had the chance. I don't care what anyone says. Bryan Adams is a treasure.
I'm a summer of '59, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man. But yeah, dude. Hold on. I might get a guest on.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Is it Craig? I bet it's Craig.
If we got a guest, this could be fun.
This could be fun.
We'll see.
That's him a bad comic book villain.
Actually, AJ, I think there's somebody else backstage, right?
Oh shoot, we could. Yeah, let's. Hey, Justin. So
Juice has been back there for an hour.
Has been back here.
What the show?
Oh,
Juice stays loose no matter what. So ready whenever.
So you don't walk out, but what have you napped to? What's some of the movies that are your must nap
movies? I need to hear this.
There was one. My friends dragged me to see The Office Christmas Party a few years ago. Bateman, Aniston.
I watched that on streaming. It was bad.
Yeah,
it was one of those ones where I'm like, "Yep, good night."
This wasn't in theaters, but I was so bored by Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
The first one?
No,
the motion picture.
Yeah,
because if you haven't seen it, people, there is literally
it's dull.
A 6 minutes uninterrupted scene of just a pod docking on the Enterprise. It's just like, why was this not edited out? I think that was the last Star Trek movie to be over 2 hours until the new ones. I mean, maybe the new ones might be.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, until the new ones, which I'm pretty sure probably were 2 hours. But
did you ever see the Red Letter Media stuff on Star Trek? They either have to be really boring or have a lot of action. And he's like, the original one, it's like, yup, it's really boring.
So boring.
It was crazy because you see that one, because I went back and started watching them, and then you go from that to Wrath of Khan, and it's like,
Wrath of Khan's awesome.
That is maybe the single biggest improvement from from original sequel.
It's crazy.
That's another good topic. Like improvement from movie to sequel. You know,
say
Dark Knight to Ragnarok.
Let's not talk.
I have a couple.
Dark Knight to Ragnarok. That'd be my pick.
Did you just mention Nolan
Shut up.
No.
There's no Nolan.
I didn't say Dark Knight.
You did say you didn't say
Dark World.
You broke your own rule.
Dark World.
Thor the Dark Thor to Ragnarok is a big improvement.
Yeah.
Ragnarok is by far number one when we're talking about like improvements of
sequels. Number one. There are other ones too.
Like, Terminator 2 is definitely up there, but Terminator is great too. So
episode, man, that was one.
Yeah, we're saving this. Okay, we're gonna save this.
What are we doing here?
Beyond Thunderdome to Fury Road.
What are we doing?
But yeah, let's save it.
We're penciling it in.
You know what I'm going to mention because no one else did. Spider-Man 3 Venom.
Oh my God, that's a good one. That's a fantastic one.
Full circle, guys. This is how we come.
Eric Foreman.
My spider sense is tingling. If you know what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you, sir, that first of all, it's not even a bad villain, just a bad film overall, coming off of what we got from Spider-Man 2, right? So we got Spider-Man 2, which is arguably one of the best Spider-Man films.
Mm-hmm.
People, might say yes, might say no, but it's definitely a conversation we had. And then you get from a great villain, because Alfred Molina crushed it as
he was great.
Awesome. Fantastic.
I'm sure AJ would have him as worst villain of all time, but the rest of the same people think he's great.
That's the kind of thing AJ does.
That's the kind of thing AJ does.
Well, that's true. He didn't like Thanos. But
all right. Once again, it's Thanos in Endgame, not Infinity War.
Yeah. Oh, what you hate the MCU? Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But so we get a shitty Spider-Man film that didn't know what it wanted to be, because again, it just had so many freaking different plots going left and right. But then, I feel like this was more not on Raimi, it was more on the studio. Like they're like, we got to introduce Venom because it was a very popular character.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to bring again Sandman in, and then we had already seen Goblin for 2 films. That's probably, I don't even jump into what happened there because I was just like, ugh. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I don't think Raimi would have.
No, it's definitely a thing. That's just not. It's not a character. It's not a character you just found interesting.
Exactly. No, not at all. But and it's not only that. Like he gave us the most one-dimensional out of the villains that we've gotten before by him, right? Like from going from 1 and 2, the most one-dimensional character with a character you can't be one-dimensional with. Like it's the constant struggle of Eddie Brock and Venom and the symbiote all the time. It's always that. Are we good? Are we bad? And it's a struggle. And this guy was mad because emo Peter fucking called him out in his bullshit, and then he's praying in a church saying like, "I want Peter Parker to fucking like
please kill Peter Parker." That is
yes, bro. Get the fuck out, bro. I don't know, man. I hate that and it's not. I'm not saying that Venom was much better because I'm not a fan of the new Venom film, but they did a good job fourth at least.
He did jump in that lobster check.
Yeah.
My mom actually really liked Venom, which is. I think something you would like because watching it again. Granted, I was really high the last time I watched it, but I'm like, this is kind of fun. But you keep bringing these movies that I have. You keep bringing these movies that I have really interesting memories of. So, okay, flashback summer 2007. You have 9-year-old Chance Ellison. Love Spider-Man. Love Spider-Man 2. Love the character. Love the comics.
You were 9 in 2007.
Was really excited to Spider-Man 3.
21, bro. I was 21.
We go to the theater.
I was 24.
Jesus.
Again, 9-year-old Chance Ellison was really excited.
We have the guest of honor here.
He goes to the theater. My aunt is there. We get there, the theater's overbooked. They oversold it, so we had to go back the next day to try and get seats to another one. We get there, we watch the movie. It's about the time when we get the Peter strut scene. Where I look over at my mom,
that's the greatest scene of all the Spider-Man movies.
Where I look over, I'm just like, Mom.
So somebody mentioned the guest of honor. I didn't catch it. Just real quick.
Hey, what's up, Greg?
Greg, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
You're muted, pal.
You're muted.
You're still muted, pal.
Muted.
There we go.
So it's a new show.
I just want to say I got to defend Ruben Fleischer's masterpiece, Venom. How dare you? That film was fantastic.
Okay, Craig, in the category of defending things, One of us claimed that Thanos from Endgame is the worst comic villain of all time. I'm not gonna say who, but one of us did. What do you have to say to that?
That's why I needed you in this conversation, bro.
I would say that Thanos from Endgame is not, but he is. I would say what's the opposite of most improved? Most declined. Yeah, exactly. Because Thanos in Infinity War is a fantastic character, and Thanos in Endgame is just kind of meh, But there are plenty of worse comic book villains out there. Trust me. If you think Thanos in Endgame is the worst comic book villain of all time, you have not seen nearly enough comic book movies.
Suck a dick, AJ.
This was mentioned right after mentioning the octopus from the Spirit.
That's a good choice.
Oh, I love the octopus from the Spirit. Are you kidding me? The octopus from the Spirit, he's like the best part of that movie. I mean, it's not a good movie, but he's so fun.
Yeah, he's got eight of everything. It becomes a Nazi.
Yeah. So, Craig, what would you pick? As the worst.
For me, my least favorite guy, the worst comic book villains. I feel like we get two of them in the same movie, and it's Ang Lee's Hulk.
I like that choice.
Nick Nolte's villain and Josh Lucas's over the top art. One of my most memorable lines from a film is when he's like he's got like Eric Bana's arm and he's bending him back, and Eric Bana's like, "You're making me angry," and Josh Lucas says, "Oh, am I?" And he says it like that, and it's ridiculous. It's laughable.
Best part about Josh Lucas in that movie is what is like the freeze frame when he dies. Big leap.
So ridiculous. And then like the Nick Nolte's villain has no real character or motivation at all. He's just a crazy person. And then like
the finale I don't think Nick Nolte knew he was actually cast. I think he just walked on the set.
Yeah, hey man.
I don't think he knew it was being filmed.
Are you free?
Exactly.
That scene that takes place at Dave Banner's house, I'm pretty sure was Nick Nolte's actual house.
Yeah.
So check this out. Let me tell you a little story about Ang Lee's Hulk, man. This was obviously again, we were all talking when Spider-Man first came out in theater, right? And I don't know if you guys remember that there was a teaser trailer to Hulk in that.
Yep.
Oh, that
and I
teaser was
remember Eric Bana staring in
badass.
the mirror. You see the green, and everyone in the theater is losing their shit. Right? Everybody's going nuts. So, excuse me. Back then, every summer, as soon as school let out, my mom would send me. I'm from Nicaragua. Well, born and raised here, but my family's from Nicaragua.
Right.
So my mom would automatically, a week after school ended, I would spend a week here, and then take it to Nicaragua, get the hell out, and then come back. But I started getting really heavy into it. Like I've always seen movies during the 90s, but like 2000s is where I started like just getting into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up going to Nicaragua. I remember getting pissed because I had some plans to seeing all the blockbusters during the summer. I was like, this is what I want to do all summer. So I remember getting pissed going to Nicaragua. She sends me the Thursday before. The Thursday. The movie came out on Friday. She sent me the Thursday right before the movie came out. And I'm like, I'm gonna miss all these movies. What the hell? For some reason, thank the gods, or not thank the gods, I went and I stayed in the capital of Nicaragua, and they have malls just like we do or whatever. They have a theater. I check it out. They're showing the Hulk. I beg my aunt, please take me to the movie theater. I need to see this movie. So they already know I'm like,
what a mistake.
So I go, and it's me, and imagine like they're poor over there, dudes, and she scrapped whatever money she had left because my spoiled ass wanted to go, and I feel terrible about it now. I'm sure my mom gave her money or whatever, but I felt so terrible, right? But we're watching the movie, and I'm watching this movie, and I'm bored out of my freaking mind, but out of pride, I guess, or like not even pride, like guilt, if you will, or what have you. I just felt terrible. where I couldn't tell her let's go. So, but I feel like it was worse that I made her sit through the whole film.
That's almost 3 hours.
Yeah, but that movie ended, and I was kind of like, "Oh, did you like it?" Yeah, like and I'm like, "No."
First off, Jader, you gotta be gracious in those moments. You have to lie. You have to suck it up. It's like when you get socks for Christmas. You gotta be like, "Oh yeah, this is great."
I've grown to appreciate socks for Christmas. By the way,
sucks. Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, like a very similar thing happened to me because like when I saw it, 2003, my dad was playing arena at the time, so me and my mom would always go down to Georgia to hang out for a couple of weeks and watch him play. And when he had the night off, and we all went to them like, "Oh, like, mom and dad, Hulk's playing. Can you go see it?" Like, yeah, sure, because like we saw the trailer, know how much I like superheroes. And like, yeah, let's go do this. My dad fell asleep on me.
Were you
my mom
like 4
falls
at the
asleep
time?
on me, huh?
So were you like 4 at the time?
I was.
Sorry,
I was 5. So you're
God. God, you're so young. Sorry, continue. I was working at the movie theater when that came out.
My dad fell asleep on me. My mom fell asleep on top of me, and I'm just sitting there like comatose and just like, what have I done?
Yeah, you felt bad, right?
I felt bad. I'm just like, oh my God,
so bad. And
Dad.
Yeah,
Craig, you were working at the theater. Like when you saw that Hulk was 8 reels when it first showed up, like what was your what?
I work concessions, so I didn't see the reels. But
I was projectionist. And like, oh my God, when we saw it was 8 reels, we were like, what the hell are we in for?
But you saw them come in on a cart.
Oh, no, they bring those in the back. Yeah. Oh man, no. But you know what? I feel like I was in denial about how bad that movie was at first until recently. It was actually before the first Avengers film came out. I did a rewatch of Hulk and the Incredible Hulk back to back, and like if you really want to get a feel for how bad Ang Lee's Hulk is, like just watch it and then immediately watch the Incredible Hulk because it will make you love the Incredible Hulk and really just dislike the Ang Lee's Hulk because like
a movie that gets shit on a lot. I feel like the Incredible Hulk gets a lot of shit.
I mean, like compared to the franchise it's a part of, it's not
okay.
Very good.
It's not great, but it's not bad.
It at all, man. I think it's fantastic because I did the same thing.
It's not the best. It's not the worst.
Yeah,
but it's like the comedy in it is so good. They got a really great villain in the Abomination, and
the Abomination was good.
They set up some other great villains that never fall through.
Never.
She never did a
She-Hulk, please.
Never did a scene transition where they use actual comic book panels.
They did not do like George Lucas style comic transitions.
But like
that's one of my favorite things. It's funny that you mentioned it, but his death scene, that blow up, it's like it will not leave.
And the one thing I'll say is like I don't really fault Ang Lee for it because this was at the advent of the superhero film, so it's like there was no real blueprint for how to do these well, and he had a vision and he executed his vision, and it was just flawed. And one of the things with his vision, is that he put absolutely zero humor in it. And you really realize that when you watch it compared to the Incredible Hulk. Like one of the first scenes of the Incredible Hulk, he's saying you wouldn't like me when I'm hungry, because he mistranslates his Portuguese.
Right.
It's like, and it's a great moment of the film. And there are zero laughs, zero intentional laughs in Ang Lee's Hulk.
I mean, there's laughs. Yeah, there's laughs.
When Nick Nolte like starts eating the set, that's funny.
It's like they ran out of money for the third act. The entire third act is like a black box theater production of just like Nick Nolte and Eric Bana like walking in circles and kicking things. Oh, boo-hoo, you had a bad childhood.
I do like the scene where like it's supposed to be like a really intimidating scene, but it's like Nick Nolte with like 3 dogs standing outside Bruce's apartment.
Oh my God, that scene.
Oh my God!
The Hulk dogs. Yeah.
I feel like in Warrior when Nick Nolte is like having his like flashbacks, I feel like that's what he's flashing back to. Fighting Eric Bana and the Hulk.
Hey, he got nominated for an Oscar for that.
He's excellent.
Deserved
He's
it.
excellent.
Deservedly so, man.
Very good.
Oh my God, you got to tell Ben Bateman that because he will lose his shit.
It's actually a
He
backdoor
knows.
sequel because they did this deal where Tom Hardy's character served with Eric Bana, and yeah, it's legit.
Oh really? And does he go on to India become Bane after that?
Yes.
A Tom Hardy cinematic universe.
Yeah, man.
THCU.
Tom Hardy.
Speaking of
THCU.
Speaking of bad comic book villains,
You know
Tom
what
Hardy.
villain? I'm surprised no one's mentioned either.
Which one?
Rhino.
Oh, I don't get Ryan. He
No,
knows.
because Rhino's barely in that. And
He's in
like,
it for what? Like a minute?
Yeah, I know, but he's pretty bad, man.
He's also like not the worst villain in that film.
And he knew
true.
exactly what movie he was in. Like Jamie
Foxx.
Foxx. Yeah, Jamie Foxx was like pretty terrible, but it was
Jamie
like
Foxx is
unintentionally
coming back
terrible.
too, which is
And
amazing.
hey, good for Jamie. Jamie gets another shot.
Yeah.
Jamie gets as many shots as he wants.
I'm super excited for what they're doing with all this because it's like,
oh, that's going to be so cool.
yeah, they've been setting this up. But we're talking about bad things here. Let's keep talking about the
Exactly,
bad things. We don't want to talk about the good things
You
that
know,
eventually come.
you know what's
The
you know what's
bad
bad?
You should be
Draft
hosting this, Craig.
You know what's bad? Craig's shirt reminds me because the X-Men franchise has a cavalcade of bad villains.
How dare you, sir? None of them are bad villains. Which one's
Really?
a bad villain? No,
No,
actually, Ken Lung's. I actually almost brought up Ken Lung's villain from X-Men. The give me a second here. I've been drinking. The X-Men: The Last Stand. He's the dude. He's the dude with the
one in Spike guy.
Oh, he's like,
my
Shooting them out of the
Shora
hole.
Jesus, I forgot about that.
Really quick. I gotta talk about before I bring up what I'm gonna bring up. I gotta talk about this guy
Sorry.
because how the hell did he ingratiate himself into like the top tier Magneto villains? Because in case you haven't seen the movie, it's a guy who has like 1 inch worth of spikes that shoot out his body. So he's deadly if he can get to within 1 inch of you.
If he can hug you, and he hugs Shora. I can't pronounce her name. Thank goodness this isn't a match. The JTE it. Shora Dagashalu. Shora.
Yeah.
Anyway, Academy Award nominee Shora Dagashalu.
Yeah, he kills her because like he like hugged her to death.
He hugs her and kills her.
But it's just like that only also
worst
works if
mutant
really
power ever.
It's okay. It only works if you're really lean.
Ow!
Because if
like
you're
I don't
if you
know,
have like
the
a little
worst
bit of
mutant
mass
power.
on you, it's not gonna kill you.
Yeah, so
It doesn't make any sense.
my cat is upset about something and she's biting me.
Oh, was she? Did she know about to bring up Apocalypse from X-Men Apocalypse Dark Origins?
No, but I think she's gonna bite me again. I think it's because I'm late on giving her wet food.
Apocalypse was
Anyway,
Apocalypse was really bad too.
the opening scene wasn't bad.
but here's the thing. It's
Everything
not.
else.
I mean, I don't think the problem is the villain in that film. I think the problem is the plot of that film.
But you
The
said
screenplay,
Apocalypse was such a
100%.
great villain in the comics and was a great villain in the cartoon.
No, it's
And
I-
the reveal at the end of Days of Future Past was awesome.
And then you turn him into like this like big blue Smurf, like with not even a big blue Smurf. That'd be more proven. But like I think
And
I
it's
didn't
Oscar
notice until
Isaac.
watching-
Like,
yeah,
how
Oscar
did they
Isaac
mess
was a
this
great
up?
Casting.
it-
A thing that was funny about like when rewatch I noticed is that fact that he's really little. Like he's a little man.
Yeah.
Tiny.
yeah.
I don't know, man. I thought Vuck.
Oh, Vuck. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Vuck is worse. Vuck is worse.
Yeah, she's
Wait,
worse.
wait.
It made me appreciate Apocalypse.
Jessica Chastain reading her lines and
Oh,
Duck
okay,
Phoenix.
yeah.
Yeah.
That whole movie was a train wreck.
She certainly got paid for
It
that
was
movie.
at the end, absolutely.
There you go. That movie. You know what I'll say about that movie? I liked it because it was better than The Last Stand. That's all it needed to be.
No,
Are you
I
kidding
don't
me?
know. They're
The Last
both
Stand.
bad.
I don't think you were old enough when you watched The Last Stand because watching The Last Stand.
I wasn't old enough 6 months ago.
No. So, you didn't see it when it came out in theaters. No,
I did. I did.
All right. So at the time when the movie came out, like
So
this is
you
the
were,
third
like,
film. This
11?
is the third. No. What I'm saying, it's the third film of the X-Men franchise, and there's all this excitement out about it because the first two were fantastic.
The two,
Right?
Number 2 is awesome.
Yeah,
United's awesome.
I love both the first two. The second one is the better of the two.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then so I would Beast was always my favorite X-Men. So I was so excited for this third movie. In fact, all I could say to my friends going in was like, I am so excited. It's like, and I didn't even care that Brett Ratner was taking over because guess what? He was supposed to be able to do action scenes. So I was like,
At that point,
it doesn't matter.
Was, yeah.
Yeah. And then the movie was not like it was like someone came over to play with my toys, broke them, and then took a dump on them. Because it's like, because not only
I want that quoted.
I want that analogy on my shirt, on a shirt. Yeah. I am reading that.
I'm gonna put my toys, smack me in the face, and burn my house down.
Yeah, because not only was the movie bad and the action was bad in the film, but he killed half the characters, took away the power of another half the characters, and it was like, what? We can't even make any more movies. We can't make more movies now. Like he
this was Brett Ratner.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Craig, I was 8 years old when this film came out when I saw it in theaters. More to the point.
No, but I'm just saying, like as an adult, like understanding was like.
No, like, but like, even as an adult, because I didn't like it when I was a kid either. But like watching it, it's bad. I will agree, it is bad. But I think there are others that are worse.
Yeah, but like it is made better by X-Men: Days of Future Past because now that you know that what happens in it has no actual ramifications because they were able to go back and erase it. It's like, okay, it's fine. You don't have to like. It's not as like heartbreaking when they kill Cyclops and Jean, and they take away the powers of Rogue, and they kill Professor X, and they take away the powers of Magneto, and they they take away the powers of Mystique, and it's just like all this. God. Anyway, but it's you can watch it now and just appreciate it.
I agree with Craig. I don't hate Dark Phoenix as much as I disliked Origins and Last Stand. Those are the two bottom of barrels for me.
Origins makes me angrier, but there's literally nothing I like in Dark Phoenix.
Yeah, wait, what did you say, Shannon?
We talked about that's fantastic. We were talking about movies we walked out of, and I said Last Stand. I was projectionist at the time, and I walked out of our employee screening of Last Stand, and I was so pissed.
I have sat through a lot of turds of movies, but there's only one movie that I've ever in my life walked out of.
Here we go.
And that was Dumb and Dumberer When Harry Met Lloyd.
Oh, I owned it on DVD.
Oh my God. I got through about 10 minutes because that was I spent 2 summers working in a movie theater. And during that summer, after about 10 minutes of that movie, I walked out and went and saw the Italian Job for a second time.
Oh.
Because it was like
that's definitely the better trade.
Oh yeah, no,
Dumb and Dumber.
I thought this guy was going to tell us that he
bad
saw the movie and then he ended up quitting. Because he said he only worked in
I don't want to do this anymore. I quit.
Fuck you guys.
No. Working in a movie theater in the summers during college was awesome because it was like I could see any movie I wanted for free. It was just like a fun summer job to do with your friends. Like after work, we'd go hang out at the Steak and Shake, and the Steak and Shake in the theater had like an exchange thing where like we'd have Steak and Shake coupons and they'd get movie coupons, and it was just like,
that was the best to do that.
That's the dream.
Yeah, I worked at the movie theater for 5 years, and I was projectionist for 4 years, which was the best job. I've told Chance knows this story. When episode 3 came out, we wound up getting the prints of it, and the night before they had a screening that went wildly awry because it had Chinese subtitles on like a charity screening.
Oh no!
So they email us and they're like, "We need you guys to all screen all prints of these before it comes out." We didn't get our prints until 5:00 for the midnight shows, and if you know prints back then, they take about an hour to build. And we built the first 3 copies, and we got the managers to build it, and we built the 3rd copy. And my boss comes up to me at 9:00 and is like, "I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I need you to go watch Star Wars."
and there was already lines of people for the midnight show there. They put a security guard in front of the door, and I watched episode 3 by myself a few hours before it came out.
That's amazing.
With an armed security guard in front of it. It was fantastic.
That movie gets shit, and I love it. I love that movie.
I'm one of the ones that gives it shit.
Yeah.
I love that movie. Look, here's the thing. It's better than episode 2 by like a mile.
It's
episode 2 is the worst. Of all the Star Wars movies, that's my least favorite. Is 2.
Absolutely. Me too.
Yes.
It's a close one for me between that one and another one that I won't say because I don't want to get into a fight because I know people. This isn't about fighting. Yeah, this isn't about fighting. This is about talking about horrible.
Empire.
No, exactly.
Text me later, Craig. Text me later.
Exactly.
Now,
this is about horror comic book movies, villains. Has anyone brought up the villain in Elektra yet? The villains in Elektra?
No,
I never
forgot Elektra counted as a feature.
Oh my
god! Thank you, Craig.
But the problem with Elektra though is it's less about the villains and more about what the plot is. God, but the villains are bad too. What? No, hey, if you haven't seen it, you need to watch it.
I've seen it, just like not in.
Not seen Elektra.
I've seen it, just like not actually finding this. I think it's like the first or second film I reviewed on my podcast. Like that's why I did watch it.
Oh yeah,
favorite part of that film is like there's a scene where Elektra like throws one of her sai, and it like follows it for a long time until like it hits this like henchwoman in the face.
So the movie is about the bad guys are trying to get the weapon, and the weapon just happens to be it's like a 13-year-old girl who like might be good at martial arts.
Maybe
and the whole movie's about it's like the whole movie's about them trying to get this girl because she'll eventually be good at martial arts, and it's like, wait, those are the stakes? like
you're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong.
And then like the villains, there's the one that had the tattoo that would like come out of his chest and like
tattoo guy. There was,
I think his name was Tattoo.
That was some Mortal Kombat shit right there.
There was Stone, played by Bob Sapp. The guy,
that's right. You're
Swatowski from.
You should be in prime. You're in prime study mode.
Oh yes, Swatowski from The Longest Yard, 2005, I think.
5. I was gonna bet, nigga. You better know that shit.
No, he doesn't need to know that for now. He's gonna have all IG in his brain right now.
It's all IG right now. So I'm calibrated a little different.
You better win.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I don't know. I think that I'm rooting. I'm sorry, Chance. Look, I need to root against you because the Finstock Exchange best chance to win the. We still have a shot at winning the overall.
That's why. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, it's nothing personal. It's about number one. It's about me.
Business.
It's about me. I want to win. No.
I've said since day one though that like if that event was a live event, Chance would have the biggest face reaction of all time when he came out because of who he's playing.
Chandru.
He'd be even bigger than Snyder coming out against Yoyama.
I get to be the hero for once. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, right? It's like how are you? It's like how are you the best?
Like how am I the good guy?
You would get the biggest face reaction of all time in that match.
And it's funny because all of Swag is a face faction except for Chandru.
Except for him.
Yeah. But you know what? Good for him. He's doing it well.
Paul likes Ang Lee's Hulk. Paul likes Ang Lee's Hulk, so he's not a face in my book.
That's fantastic.
Well, I mean, sometimes like the comic book panels in the actual film. That's all I'm saying.
No, that was cool. That was a cool thing for him to do.
It was
only he came up with like a story that was good and like
that was good on paper. He was like,
directed your lead actor.
What I get from Ang Lee is that you need a vague general concept that sounds cool. You don't need a movie around it. You guys saw Gemini Man. It's the same thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed Gemini Man. It's I saw. I like it.
I didn't hate it.
I didn't hate it either.
I'm not seeing it yet.
Honestly, like legitimately, like Mike loves that movie.
I mean, it's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. I mean,
I think it's awful. I think it's fine. Will Smith's really good.
Yeah. Well, I'm not like Mike and saying I love it, but it's like it was fun.
It's a 5 out of 10.
That's fine. Actually, I
give it like a 6
or
7.
I just got the money to see it in HFR because I was curious what a movie like that looked like, and didn't bother me that much.
No. I think that actually that movie looks gorgeous, like 4K. Like I didn't see it in the theater. I ended up seeing it once it came out at home. And funny enough, my little brother bought it, and he brought it over, and I saw it on 4K on a 4K TV. And
no one looks a bragger, Jader.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
No. Just kidding.
No. So I'm finally okay. So this is I made this known. I think Craig knows this because him and I talk a lot. I still have not seen Blade Runner 2049.
Really?
Yes.
Where's the problem, Jader? You're part of the problem.
Shame.
I know. So no.
Shame.
Check it out. It's not that I didn't want to. No,
Shame.
I promise you. I support a lot of those films. But this is what happened.
First off, Denis Villeneuve is one of the best filmmakers working today.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He's actually one of my favorites. The only I missed it because of the time that it came out. I couldn't get to see it in theater.
It's been out for years.
I know, but this is the thing. I refuse to watch it unless I watch it in a big screen TV with the way we were supposed to see it, and I'm not gonna see it in a theater anytime fucking soon. Obviously. However, my cousin just bought an 85-inch TV, and he bought a Bose sound system, and he has it in 4K. So we're setting up the date so I can finally watch that movie because I love the first Blade Runner so much.
Jader approaches like prom night, like a girl approaches prom night.
Seriously, dude, it's one of those laid out fucking rose petals on the bed. That's the way. I refuse to watch that movie any other way. To be completely honest with you,
he got sexual chocolates.
Cheers,
Bethany.
All right, so before we're going to keep going, but I think I'm going to make an announcement right now since she's about to leave. So for next week's show, I've got something very cool. So the most badass females on screen.
Fuck yeah.
So who's your guest going to be?
Bethany is one of them. And we have the other one. It's not Paul, but Kim Denuzil.
Oh shit! Nice.
I mean, you have to be pretty badass to put up with Paul.
That's true.
Craig, have you met Kim?
I have not.
Oh, you at some point, you and Kim will have a wonderful conversation. I can just tell you in Manhattan. No, it was the Brooklyn event, but we were in Manhattan at the time. We were all at the Ellison after party, and Saul grabs a vase off the table which had like sparkling water in it that was supposed to be like passed around everybody, and he starts drinking it. And Kim just says "fuck it" and goes with Saul, grabs another one. The two of them are there just with like these vases of fucking sparkling water, just chugging them. It was fucking hilarious. And Kim Denuzio is a fucking treasure. You're going to love this episode next week. We're going to talk about the most badass female characters of film and screen. So we're not limiting it. So it's movies,
we already brought up Halle Berry's Catwoman.
Oh,
I was going to make that joke.
But so next week, definitely tune in. Hopefully it's on the regular channel next week. But and obviously, those of you who don't know, Bethany's my fiance. She's delightful. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. But let's keep going.
You're like, she's okay.
She's fine, I guess.
She's
okay.
okay.
I am yet to make.
You brought me the best old fashioned I've ever drank in my life.
She educated me about ride smells
in my life, dude. And I know Craig that you like that shit. So
I love an old fashioned. Right? I have sitting. I just happen to have sitting next to me a handle of Bullet Rye.
That's exactly what he gave me during my first
I did
to calm my ass down.
Yeah,
Barbarian.
It's my go-to drink.
I do have to say, one of the first bottles of booze that I ever bought when I turned 21 was a bottle of Bullet.
Good man,
bourbon, and since then I know, right?
Pinkies up,
and so since then it's been like my drink. And so when I remember hearing on backstage, I think Ben or somebody, or even might have been Jader actually, was saying that you were going around with a bottle of Bullet and just like giving people like, hey, want a shot or whatever. And that was like the best thing I've ever heard.
Oh yeah. After Mike and I beat the family, I did do a celebration shot with Craig right before I had to jet to the airport.
That was the same day. Yeah, no, you were coming to Florida, and I was stuck in LA because I was going to meet you guys up in Disney that weekend. But
this is like
what
the
happened
funniest
next weekend?
Huh?
What?
Oh, let's not talk about that. No.
Okay, we're good.
When I turned 21, I was drinking Old Granddad because
yes,
dude,
oh my God, Old Granddad.
You know what? I get you, boss, because my first drink when I was 21 was a Crown, and that's my go-to. Like I know it's cheap whiskey or bourbon or whatever, but that's always been my
not super cheap.
It's $20, dude. For like
it's not cheap whiskey.
Yeah.
I mean, there's way cheaper than that.
It's mid-tier, but I don't
do Old Crow.
Because it's
right, exactly. There you go.
You know, it was my first, but yeah, I remember that day. Craig, I walked in, everybody was saying hello. You know, obviously rookie was my first match and this and then that. And he's like, "You nervous?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" And then because you see everybody, you know, when you go at least when you know the things were being shot at the studio, you know, they have food for everybody, and you know, you pick out whatever you want. I wasn't eating, and he goes, "You nervous?" I'm like, "Yep, can't eat." And he goes, "You could drink though." He pours me a shot.
I mean,
anyone
get nervous. Anyone get nervous.
He goes, "You don't want to have too much because obviously you don't want to be on the game." So I felt nice, you know, 2 little shots. I was feeling a little confident, and then Drew, guy came up to me, and he was like, "Let's do this." We shot the promo, this and that, and the rest is history, man. But it was a lot of fun, man. I knew who Craig was. I saw his match and all that, but he came up to me, man, super friendly. You know, I fucking have my love for you, man. So,
cheers. Cheers.
I mean, anyone get nervous after watching young Chance Ellison killed it on the live stream earlier that day.
Oh yeah.
And Chance jumping going to Vegas to fly to Orlando right after that.
I changed time zones like 4 times that day.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, because honestly, Mike had told me that you were coming down, and I'm like, man, I'm in LA that weekend. And I'm like, Chance has a match, like, you know, when you get the email of the schedule and who's gonna be on.
Oh, I was involved with Christian on that actually.
Yeah, so the whole thing with that was like, you know, we're trying to work it out because Christian, like, he was like really like, I need to get this done like as soon as possible. So I'm just like, crap, I already booked the flights to go out there. So I'm like, okay, the Burbank airport's like 10-15 minutes
10 minutes away.
Yeah. So okay, so here's what I'll do. If we can do the match first thing in the morning, I can go in, play this game, go to the airport because Burbank, you can get in and out of there.
And he made it a live stream, which was even more ridiculous.
Yeah, you can get at Burbank in like 30 minutes. That's not a problem. So it was like, okay, yeah. So if we can pull this off, this is great. And yeah, literally, like as soon as I finished the match, did my interview with the ESPN guy, and head out. And that was that.
I remember you bolted out of there.
Yeah.
I was gonna talk to you, and they're like, "No, he's gone." I was like, "What the fuck?
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go?"
And then Jader was supposed to come meet.
Yeah, and then I'm like, Mike's like, "Yeah, no, he's still coming." I'm like, "Bro, these guys wild." Because that trip, I actually landed in LAX. So I had to drive from LAX, but I stayed in Burbank during that.
Right.
So I went from LAX to Burbank. The time I returned after that. Oh no, I'm lying to you. No. That's when I said I'm lying to you. That's when I went to Burbank. It was for Spectacular. I went to LAX, and I'm like, never again. So then for the draft, I went to Burbank, and I was like, this is way easier.
Such an easy airport, right?
Way easier, yeah.
You could literally get there. It's funny because it was the New York trip last year.
Mm-hmm.
I was always trained to be at the airport 2 hours before your flight.
Right.
Yeah.
That was always the thing instilled in my head. I get to Burbank, I get to the Burbank airport, which I've never seen or been to in my life. Within like 15, 20 minutes, I was at the game. Like, shit, what do I do now?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, you get through security into your gate in 5 minutes. It's like, all right.
That's what happened to me.
55 minutes to my flight now.
Yeah, I was like super paranoid, and I remember when I first went to it was during the draft. I flew out with BC, and BC was I remember that I'm up, I'm ready, I'm ready to go, and he's still sleeping. I'm like, dude, our flight, and he goes, man, it's not till noon, it's 9. I'm like, yeah, we got to be there now, like
right
2 hours before, and he goes, no, we don't. We got to the airport. Our flight was at noon. I think we got there like at 11:20.
You made it
right in, made it, no problem. Like walked it in. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
It's weird, right?
It's so weird.
I want to try not being 2 hours early, but like I still think I would have anxiety, like not doing.
Oh, I had anxiety. The thing was that I was scheduled for work the next day, so I knew that I had to catch my flight. Like I'm like, not one of those. I'm like, I can chill in LA for a day. I couldn't. I'm like, I have to work the next day.
Yeah,
so,
So if you think that's crazy, so there's this. Whenever I fly to Vegas, I take this private jet thing called JSX, and it's only slightly more than a regular flight to Vegas. If as long as depending on when you book your flight, right? But it's like at a private airfield, so you don't have to go through like TSA. You're supposed to show up 20 minutes before your flight. And it's like I'll show up like 10 to 15 minutes before my flight, and they'll be like, "Hey, next time if you're going to bring a, because you have a bag, you show up 20 minutes before next time." It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's like you just show up, walk on the plane. It's fine. It's great.
Yeah,
it's like hitching a ride.
Oh man, that's awesome.
I mean that flight that was the first stop on the way to Orlando. I remember Dan told me once, like, you go from LA to Vegas, it's literally a short flight all the time. Like, he was right. You go up, you go back down. And that's it.
Yep.
That's LA to Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
I remember you're texting me like I'm at 9% battery. I'm like,
oh, that's right. My phone was dying in the middle.
Yeah. I'm like, I need to know where to pick you up.
Yeah, man. No, you can't do that shit here.
So quick question. Have we talked about Peter Sarsgaard's character from Green Lantern yet?
Oh, no, we have not.
Look, motherfucker.
That's my pick.
Hector Hammond.
That's my pick.
Was it Oliver Hammond? Which Hammond is
Hector?
it?
Hector
Hammond.
I have to steal.
You're in study mode. I'm not in study mode.
That is my pick. I didn't even know his name in our chat. I said I'm taking Sinestro from Green Lantern because I was like the only like I
thought that was weird when you said that. I was like, he's not the villain, but whatever.
I was like, who's the Green Lantern guy? Sinestro. Yeah, that's him. No, it's actually Big Butt Brain Man from Green Lantern is the villain. He is so. Like, when you think of a great villain,
that's the credited name.
Big ass brain guy.
When you think of like a great villain, you want somebody you could hang out with, somebody you secretly want to be deep down. You don't want to be this guy. He's sniffing Blake Lively's hair.
We measure out villains very differently.
Well, no, I'm saying like when you think of like a cool villain,
I get
it's
you.
Like, oh man, like he's the
like
best.
like a Bodhi type of villain, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
He's the exact opposite of Frost and Blade,
right?
Yeah, I would. I'd grab a drink with Frost. Why the hell not?
Well, what are you drinking?
Because the drink would be blood.
I'll tell. Hey, if I could be one of Frost's cool blue cigarette smoking vampire guys, I'm cool. I'll put on a ton of sunblock and I'm fine.
I get that reference.
Yeah. Great
job. But yeah, that and not to mention the giant space cloud voiced by Mr. Krabs, Parallax.
Yes.
Dude, that was bad, man.
That movie is just bad. I remember, I saw that again, summer 2011. I saw like right before I saw Thor. Right before I saw Thor, because that was the same summer. And it's like, wow, these are night and day because Green Lantern is fucking atrocious.
Dude, you had
oh my god,
right before Thor.
What?
You had First Class right before X-Men First Class.
You did First Class.
Yeah,
that was the best superhero film of that year. Was X-Men.
I agree. First Class was the best.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So imagine that we went
America
like,
that year too.
Yes. Ugh.
The year was 2011.
It's like First Class, yeah. Thor, yeah. Captain America, yeah. Green Lantern. Fuck, we're so close. So close.
Because Ryan Reynolds had that super sweet moment at Comic-Con where like the little kid came up and he did the oath with them, and it's like, you know, you gotta love Ryan Reynolds. Huh?
No, so the 2010 shock and awe.
What?
The Green Lantern Comic-Con panel. I remember.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oof.
It's such a like I rewatched it a little bit just for this, and I finally got used out of buying the Steelbook. I don't know why I bought that.
Steelbooks are cool. Okay?
Yeah, Steelbooks are cool. That's why
fun
I
to have.
But I totally forgot. Tim Robbins is the dad of Peter Skarsgård. Taika Waititi is Ryan Reynolds' friend,
who I swear was only there to take notes on how not to make a superhero film.
Right, pretty much.
Yeah.
And now he's the king.
And he is like fun from the scenes I saw. I just did a quick little
race trick.
Yeah.
That's your
quick little thing. Oh yeah. He is right. He's funny in it for what he is, but yeah, it is.
It's like the three scene. I always it's funny. I always thought it was Richard Ayoade until I revisited. I'm like, oh shit, that's Taika Waititi. No fucking shit.
Well, it's like every big swing that they took in Aquaman, if all of those swings missed, then you'd have a movie about as bad as Green Lantern.
I would say, because some of those swings did miss, by the way.
Some of them did.
Some of them did. A good amount of swings did miss.
But if they all missed.
Yeah. If the batter was Jim Abbott and he missed every single pitch.
If ever
that's Green Lantern.
You know, I feel like
the best analogy I've heard. Chance.
I'll say this. I will defend the honor of Michigan Wolverine Jim Abbott. Okay,
I love Jim Abbott as a pitcher. I think what he did was incredible. But as
Jim Abbott, awesome.
Are you kidding me?
Well, no, exactly. Look, no,
I mean, granted, yes, he was definitely at a disadvantage, for obvious reasons.
Oh, come on.
So I cut the break, but the stats are still there.
No, but I'll say this: is like if every actor was as bad as the the actors who played the like teenage versions of Aquaman, because those were the worst actors.
Wow! Oh yeah.
Oh my God!
Quote unquote love to Patrick Wilson as Ocean Master in this conversation, because he's not good. He's not good in that movie.
Did you see Patrick Wilson actually directing Insidious 5? Did you hear about that?
Say what?
Patrick Wilson is directing Insidious 5.
Insidious 5. That's right.
Oh, that's awesome. Good for him.
Yeah. Good for him.
Is that going to be his directorial debut?
Yeah, it is. And Ty Simpkins is returning as the character as the son.
Oh, good.
And it's going to be like 9 or 10 years after whatever last Insidious.
Is he just going to be like hanging out at a funeral and like not saying anything during the film?
Nobody.
He's just going to like hanging out at a cemetery, just like. And we'll be like, who the fuck are you? He's like, I'm Dalton.
Yeah, I do wonder how that conversation went when he showed up and like, hey guys, I'm here for the service.
Well, the funny was exactly, because he never met anyone else in the film.
He did.
But it's funny because I actually knew who his character was going in because I'd heard I read that he was coming back for the movie, and when they got to that scene, I was like, oh, it's Ty Simpkins from Iron Man 3.
See, that caught me off. That caught me off guard. When I first saw him, like, who the fuck is that? Oh shit! Is that the kid from Iron Man 3?
Bro, I knew who it was when they zoomed in on him closely, and I was like, oh shit, why? Like it was just
why?
It's funny. He's a ton
I remember
of stuff.
everybody in the theater were like my friends at least that don't follow the shit as well, and they were like, "Who the fuck was that kid?" And I'm like, "You remember Iron Man 3?" And they're like, "No fucking way." I'm like, "Yeah, it's him." And they're like, "Oh shit, okay."
You know, he's also the little kid in Jurassic World.
I really wish wish he met the biz end of a raptor in that film. I hated him.
Yeah, and both of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Both of them. The horny kid. And the Hughes crying about his divorce.
Going back to Green Lantern, do you think Martin Campbell was the issue? Because he has some wins under his belt, man. In my opinion, at least.
He has some big wins. He has some huge wins.
You know what? I don't think I'd put it on the director. I think I'd put it on. I mean, I think this is a team. It was a team game. It was a team loss.
Yeah.
I think that I think just like between the studio, the writing, definitely the special effects takes a big lump here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, rewatching it, yeah.
Yeah, but also I will say this, because look, when I was cramming for the IG tournament this year, I rewatched a ton of so I did less rewatching and more of like watching for the first time movies I'd never seen before, and because I'm such a big comic book fan, the movies I'd never seen before were all the bad movies that I knew to skip. So like Green Lantern, compared to all these atrocious films that I purposely didn't watch, was like, it's better than it's nowhere near as bad as like Elektra. It's nowhere near as bad as the Josh Trank Fantastic Four.
No,
but it fell short of what it could have.
And speaking of Josh Trank Fantastic Four, have we not brought up Victor Von Doom?
Oh my
God. You're absolutely right. We have not.
You know why?
Because Toby Kebbell wasn't bad.
Yes,
it's like it's not Toby Kebbell's fault that the entire film was boring. Like the entirety of that movie was just trash.
I find it surprising people defend like the first half.
You have that one too?
The first half is the first half is really good.
Is that what you posted?
Wait, what?
You own it?
Oh my God!
Oh, you got balls. Oh, you got balls. Oh no.
Those are the good ones. Those are the good ones.
$5.
Yes, those are the good Fantastic Four.
We're better compared to the Josh Trank ones.
But yeah, the movie was just dull.
I think that's the worst. I think that's the worst film I watched during my IG cramming was the Josh Trank Fantastic Four. I would put that as the worst, probably the worst comic book film ever made. Because
it's close for me.
Wow, it's little. So I
wholly bad. Just it's bad and boring and unwatchable. Now,
go ahead.
I was gonna say the best bad movie that I watched during this, like the one that like of these movies that like I skipped because it was bad and then like ended up actually loving it. Punisher Warzone. If you have not seen Punisher Warzone,
that's my favorite Punisher film.
It is fantastic. I think it is the best Punisher film. It is fantastic.
Dominic West as with Jigsaw fucking kicks ass, bro.
Oh my God. But the parkour scene. The parkour scene is the best scene of any film I saw this year. Like, I've watched it so many times, that scene.
You brought back flashbacks of me. Yeah.
It's good. No, so let me tell you a quick little story. When I had a podcast called The Nobodies that I started, I don't know.
It fits.
Sorry. Thanks. But yeah, so we were I used to write for this. Well, we used to write for this website called Cine Sports Talk, which is obviously where I do all my shows and all that shit. And our slogan is "We know movies, we know sports, we know nothing else." So it was obviously play off the name. But our second episode ever was the worst films our least favorite films or worst films we've ever seen. And we had all had this segment called Homework where we would assign a movie depending on whatever episode it was. So if it was my favorite movie, I would tell you, hey, if you haven't seen this or whatever. So the second episode was worst movies ever. And I got assigned Fantastic Four. That's how I actually saw it. So one of my podcast mates was like, the worst movie I've ever seen is Fantastic Four. So go ahead and watch it. Let me tell you, I was entertained for the first 20 minutes because I felt like the beginning of that film is pretty strong. Has a serious tone to it, this and that. But that movie completely loses itself right when the accident happens to from there to the end of that film. It's literally that bad.
I do want to bring up something really funny about that film before I bring up something else. Something I noticed on this watch while studying for the IG tournament. The thing had the same birthday as Jamie Bell. They're both born in 1986. Thing is, though, that means in the opening, which takes place 2009, in which he's clearly a child, that would make him 21.
Mm-hmm.
No, not 21. I'm sorry. That would make him
23. By the way,
that would make him 23 years
33.
old.
Wait, no,
2009.
wait, 2009. 23.
23.
I was told there'd be no math.
No matter. But we talk about Ryan Reynolds and his, him being the kiss of death for comic book films. And I want to bring up, because I just watched it yesterday, what I believe is his crowning achievements of bullshit for comic book films. R.I.P.D.
Oh, well, that's but I mean, but here's the thing. That was. I'm just trying to think whose fault that was, because you can
Schwenke, Robert Schwenke.
Oh, I guess
he's a terrible director. Terrible director.
You know what's frustrating. You know what's really frustrating me, Chance?
Yeah.
There were many times that I said, "Should I watch 300: Rise of an Empire?" And I'd said, "Well, if I watch that, I have to rewatch 300 first. But instead, I should just watch R.I.P.D." So I watched R.I.P.D. and never got a single fucking question about R.I.P.D. And that movie was so goddamn awful.
It's so bad.
It's so bad. Had I seen 300 Rise of an Empire, we'd be we'd be on opposite sides of this panel right now, my friend.
Maybe. I would have hit my 5. We'll see.
We will see. We may see soon.
But yeah, the bad thing about R.I.P.D. is the fact I remember this pitch as like Men in Black meets Supernatural, and it was all the bad things that Men in Black. It's like Men in Black 2. And all the crap seasons of Supernatural put together. That movie is it's atrocious. And at the center of that, you have the villain, Kevin Bacon, presumably playing himself, because I don't know what his character was.
Oh my god!
Like nothing about him. Like it's so hard to follow the plot of that film. Okay, I take it back. It's a plot you understand. It's just incredibly difficult to follow because they meander so much in that film.
What I forget. What do they give? What do they give the Deadites or whatever they're called to like?
To like expose them.
Yeah, is it garlic? They don't give them garlic.
It's Indian food.
No, they give them fucking Indian food. Jesus
Which
Christ.
is so fucking random. Like literally, Indian food exposes the dead in this, according to this movie.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's so dumb. And the best part that can make this movie, the fact is like, because the whole thing is like he's dead, but he's like hidden in his human form, so like he doesn't look like a deado as they call in the movie.
Deado, not Deadite, the Deados.
Yeah, Deado. That's what I said. The whole thing, like, to expose himself, he pulls out a box of pepper and just snorts it, and then he turns into like Deado Kevin Bacon. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
Oh, so bad.
It was so bad. And the worst part is,
I don't even think that movie written, like when they were not writing the script, reading the script, like I would have been like, no, like I don't know how why. It's another one. Why
did Jeff Bridges sign on to that? Funny thing is that wasn't supposed to be him. It was supposed to be Zach Galifianakis, but he dropped out due to scheduling conflicts. So I'm like, how do you go from Zach Galifianakis to Jeff Bridges?
Right.
That was a win in their fucking book. I'll tell you that much, man.
For fun movies, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a fun movie when you first start, because he's basically playing like Rooster Cogburn as a comic book character, right?
God, I cannot remember the last time I fully understood Jeff Bridges. I have not fully understood the Managers.
Whoa, hold on. Have you not seen Hell or High Water? He is fucking fantastic in Hell or High Water.
He's great, but like it's like, we're going to Marshall.
No. I understand. What Chance is saying is you had to watch that movie with fucking subtitles.
Yeah. It's just his accent. I have trouble picking it. That's coming from a Texan, so I'm just like, what the fuck are you saying?
So let me ask you, Chance.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not excited for Snake Eyes GI Origins?
Look, here's the thing. You have Henry Golding.
Well, your boy's directing it, man.
You have Henry Golding, who is a beautiful, beautiful man and a good actor, and you give him a role in which he's going to be silent. How the fuck does that make any sense?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, man.
I mean, it was perfectly cast for Ray Park, right?
Well, yeah, because Ray Park, you got into the fucking martial arts moves, and that's it. But like,
and his voice was so bad that half the films he's in, they replaced his voice.
Yeah, they overdub him anyway, so it doesn't matter. But like, Henry Golding can act. Like he's pretty, and he can act. Like, It's a rare combination.
But I mean, look, sometimes for the roles you got to do it. Look at it's a horrible example. If we want to talk about bad comic book properties, this might be one of the worst. Is the Inhumans TV show? But Anson Mount, takes the role of of the character who literally can't speak. Yeah, Black Bolt. Anson Mount plays Black Bolt, and he the entire run of the series literally can't speak, or else he'd kill everyone.
I saw that in IMAX too. I went to that IMAX premiere.
I was at the Comic-Con.
I haven't seen the Inhumans.
Oh, dude, it's
not good.
Show. It's
not
so
good.
awful, so awful.
Jesus, I was excited for it.
The fact that of all the Marvel Netflix showrunners they could have gone to make this show, and you go to Scott Buck, of all fucking people.
By the way, Liam Gilpin in the chat's talking about Ironmonger is great. 100% Jeff Bridges is Ironmonger. I'm trying to do the okay side, but you can't do an okay sign anymore because the white supremacists co-opted that.
Right. Thumbs up.
Do a thumbs up until they co-opt that. Who knows what? No, Jader, no.
I'm definitely not a white supremacist, bro.
I don't know, man. You're in Florida.
Anything goes.
You're right. You know what? But I'm from Miami. I don't know if I had to post this a million other fucking times. This is us, man. Look at this. That.
Yeah, I know.
Look at Orlando too. Just look at Orlando.
Yeah,
that's me.
No, I know. Let's all right. Let's
not get into this.
Let's get into the distraction. Let's not worry about the nonsense or the.
Craig, I fucking love you.
What's the bad one we haven't brought up yet?
A bad one we haven't brought up yet? Oh man! First off, great call on RIPD. I would say the worst part about RIPD is because I was studying and I know that I want to compete in IG for like years and years to come. I purchased all these films, so I own RIPD. Okay.
Ouch.
I'm so sorry.
I have PJ like 20 minutes away. I have to go to his house, borrow his Lewis.
Jesus.
Oh no, I've got my own. I have bought 3 DVD racks since the pandemic began. That's how many new Blu-rays I've purchased through this time.
That's cool.
Yeah. But let's talk about bad comic book villains that we haven't discussed yet. God, the one thing I'll say briefly. What?
Malekith.
I like Malekith. No. If we're gonna talk about if we're gonna talk about an MCU villain, we got to talk about Trevor Slattery.
Okay.
Does he count? Does he count?
Okay. You know what? Okay, so
who is that?
Remember the background story I gave you guys about Wolverine Origins when Deadpool came out and how pissed off I was?
Yeah.
Second camera on me is when fucking Trevor comes out and they admit that there is no
man.
I'm Trevor. I'm an actor.
But similar to how X-Men Days of Future Past makes X-Men The Last Stand watchable, Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings, will make Iron Man 3 more watchable for us fans that were so hurt when we said this is how the Mandarin, because the Shang-Chi film, the Mandarin, the actual Mandarin will be the villain.
Yeah.
And they got a great actor for him too.
Craig, let me ask you a question. Walk me through that scene. So Tony's in the Skya building. He's kicking some ass, right? And then he goes in there, and Ben Kingsley is like, "I'm an actor."
So it's this weird. So it's this weird, just like having to process. It's like, wait, this can't be real, right? Because it's like as a comic fan, like I know that the Mandarin is Iron Man's primary villain, and the promos for this film have been just like, we're fantastic. We're just ramping up, and like I love Shane Black.
See me coming.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's so good.
And they did not lie to us, which was the most fucked up part of everything. We did not see him coming.
No, they didn't know that. They should have told you. Just like, hey,
I was just like, as a film unto itself, if it weren't connected to any other mythology or any other connected universe, this film would, I think, in my opinion, be much better. But the fact that it's part of this greater mythology, and that he's taking a character that existed and just like tarnishing it, and he's taking this connected universe and telling a story that gets completely ignored through the rest of the it doesn't completely ignore it because it's PTSDs from the Avengers, but like everything he does and it just gets completely just like whitewashed over as soon as the next movie comes. Like, oh no, he's still Iron Man. He's got all the suits back. Don't worry about it. It's like,
yeah.
But
I think that was made at a time where we didn't know RDJ was going to come back, right? Like his contract had renewed at that point.
During that time,
what he said was he didn't think there'd be an Iron Man 4, but clearly we're going to be more Avengers.
But at the same time, like his contract was running out, so I guess they wanted to have that out just in case he decided, like, yeah, I'm done with this.
Yeah, but
before they back up the dump truck full of money to his house.
Yeah, exactly. Oof.
Pretty much,
which deservedly so, though. But
When I walked into Iron Man 3, like I first saw it for the first time in 2017. I just heard it was one of the worst Marvel movies, so I avoided it for years. Had the entire thing spoiled for me, and then I watched it, and I kind of like it.
Here's what I'll say about that Mandarin.
Because I saw it coming.
Because it was spoiled for you, dude.
I think that on paper, that's actually like as a movie, that's a good twist. I mean, you have a guy orchestrating all this. Like,
it's not a bad
villain. No, here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. Like, if you're like a villain, like I mean, you're orchestrating like all this like terrorist shit going on. What do? You give a face to it, so you like make it like a wild goose chase trying to find this guy when really you're the one doing shit. Like that's great. Yeah. But with the main villain of the comic book hero though, that's bad. The way I see it, like imagine if like in the Dark Knight, they're trying to find the Joker. Batman tracks him down, goes to his house. Is like this like stoner hippie guy lives in a basement. It's like, oh,
we don't bring up Christopher Nolan.
We don't talk Nolan on here.
I'm Bob.
Not until Tenet comes out on VOD.
Whoa, you guys haven't seen Tenet yet? Come on. I flew to Las Vegas to watch Tenet. I mean,
Chance, it's crazy that you use the exact same analogy because everyone, I remember getting out of that theater. And imagine like when Marvel movies come out and you go see the 6-7 o'clock showing on a Thursday night, you're gonna have your lines right after that, right? I remember walking out of there so pissed, and a couple friends of mine were in the line for the next showing. They're like, dude, how was Iron Man? I was like, the movie fucking sucked because I was so pissed. And they're like, what are you talking? I'm like, you'll understand this and that and that. So then the next day, one of them actually happened to be my coworker. Next day we worked together, and he goes, dude, Iron Man 3 wasn't that bad. What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, and I used the exact same analogy with the Joker. And I was like, all right. I'm like, so we're watching Batman and Joker film, right? And the whole time, you being the general audience that you are, know who the Joker is. And I'm like, can you imagine a Batman movie? Joker is the supposed villain, and then you get no Joker. You get a guy that's pretending to be Joker. I'm like, that's what we got. And he goes, oh, I didn't know who the Mandarin was. And I'm like,
I think that's
they're not pissed off, dude.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. I think because the Mandarin isn't the Joker.
Yeah, and I will say briefly that Marvel Studios did, if you're an astute follower of the MCU, they did very quickly correct it.
They did.
There's a
the Marvel short.
All Hail the King.
All Hail the King, exactly. The one shot of All Hail the King made it very clear that the Mandarin was real and that he was mad that Trevor Slattery had besmirched his name.
So I do wonder, does that mean Scoop McNairy is going to be in Shang-Chi?
Oh, I hope. I hope so. He better be.
That's his rep in the one shot.
Yeah, he better be.
Can we give the guy a good comic movie for once, please?
Hey-o!
He's earned it.
No. So
hey, man.
Even that Marvel short pissed me off because I felt like Marvel was kind of like backtracking. You know, they were like, "Oh shit, everybody didn't like this surprise that everybody that." I remember because Shane Black is overall hit or miss for me, but he's mostly hits because I love Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I love what he's done with obviously his writing has been strong. Obviously, Nice Guys, all that shit. So but I remember distinctively, as soon as I got out, it was like, and the only thing that I posted after I saw Iron Man 3 for Facebook, my status was fuck Shane Black. Because I got so pissed off. I got
Did
so
you-
pissed off.
Did you repost that after you saw the Predator?
Don't let Ethan hear you say that. He's Ethan's boy.
No. I know. Seriously, but and then the same thing happened. That's another thing. When I was so hyped for Predator,
So was I.
oh my god,
That was like my number 2 anticipated that
and
year.
I felt like I took it so personal. I took it so personal. When that movie ended, I'm like, this movie's a piece of shit. What the fuck?
It's not. So I feel like you're a little hard on it. It's just weird. Now here's the thing. For me, the best Predator sequel is the
Predators.
Predators? Yeah, exactly.
The Robert Rodriguez.
That was
Well,
the first
Rodriguez
Hollywood
produced
Theaters.
it, but it was Nimrod Antel.
Nimrod Antel. The director of the total Nimrod. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
Yeah. Hey, look, I used to work with someone whose first name was Dorcas, so the fact that this guy's name is Nimrod, and it was great because and it's funny. And I was like a college kid at the time. I worked with her in like the dorm cafeteria. And it was like she's like this African woman, and like and I feel like this is rather immature and we'll say not very sensitive at the time, but her name was Dorcas, and then when it was just like so I'd be like I would just like call across the cafeteria, it's like, hey Dorcas, and she'd be like, hey Craig, and it was like I just thought it was funny that people would hear it's like it was like I was. I don't know. It was a little immature, and I feel bad about that at this point. But at the same time,
come on, man.
I'm gonna date you guys again real quick right now. Predators. That was actually the first R-rated film I saw in theaters.
Oh man, the first
Terminator 2 for me. Terminator 2.
So I didn't see that in theaters, but that was the first R-rated film I saw. My parents.
You were to say the first R-rated film that you were allowed to see without an adult, right?
Well, no, that was not that I was allowed to see the first R-rated film that I snuck into in theater. It's not about being allowed to. It was like
So
I think Basketball was mine.
First R-rated film
Thunder.
that I went to go see in a theater that I sat down but my mom brought me with me. Lethal Weapon 3, and then it was Terminator 2 right after that. It was like kind of like
Terminator 2 was definitely my first.
Yeah, so I saw that in theater, but the first R-rated movie where I was like, "This is my idea. I'm allowed to see this movie." Was Bad Boys 2. That's why I hold it so dear to my heart.
Oh, okay. So
mine was Beyond the Mat, the wrestling doc. That was my first R-rated one that I was allowed. Like I showed my ID to go into.
I'm gonna date y'all again real quick. First one I got into was Gone Girl. Thing is,
Christ,
they didn't even card me. They did not even card me.
Well, no.
You want to see Gone Girl? You got to be old enough.
Yeah, like
Okay, you're cool.
For me, I was actually
Saw
old
it
enough.
on
I was
tape,
old
too.
enough to. I was old enough to buy an R-rated ticket to Basketball when it was out, so I didn't have to sneak into that one. But I did have a friend's older brother buy my ticket to From Dusk Till Dawn and saw it in theaters.
Nice, that's a good one. That's a good
I'm trying to
one.
remember, it was either that or Striptease. One of those two were the first R-rated ones. That I
Even
saw
better
with,
if
like, a
it's
friend.
Striptease.
But I don't remember which one came out first. It's been a
My
minute.
mom-
I had to look at the early
My
status.
overall
I think it's
first
the same
R-rated
year.
movie in theaters
I think
was
it's the same
Passion of
year.
the Christ. So
I was working in the theater at that point.
Striptease. Striptease, I think, was 96, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, so it's From Dusk Till Dawn. So it depends on what time of the summer then it was. Which of those came out.
No. I remember.
I saw both of them in theaters. By the way, Striptease. So Showgirls. Sorry to jump on you there, Jader. So Showgirls and Striptease. Showgirls is just like so bad it's good. But I feel like Striptease.
100%.
I feel like Striptease is actually pretty good. It's not like great, but it's
a better story.
It's a comedy. Like Ving Rhames getting mad that the video store was like rented out of Free Willy. It was they played jokes. It was a purposeful comedy, whereas Showgirls was supposed to be like a straight drama. And that's
an accidental comedy.
Yeah. It was an accidental comedy. Exactly.
I remember my mom saying, she's like, because I was like 10 when Striptease and Showgirls came. Showgirls came out like in 95, I think, and Striptease 96. But I remember mom was like, you cannot watch Showgirls. Striptease is okay though. Not that.
Why is that where he draws the line?
Well, if you've seen the two films, I mean,
okay, again, if you see the two, yeah, I get it, but it's.
Yeah, my mom definitely like Showgirls was like a no-go for her. You can't watch it. It's like that. Let me tell you, my mom never restricted me ever. There was 3 movies where she's like, you cannot watch these. It was 9.5 Weeks, Basic Instinct, and Showgirls. Those were the 3 movies that she was like, no way. Other than that, I remember True Lies. My uncle was like, oh, there's a little scene there. I don't think it's appropriate. I'm like, and I remember I told my mom, like, I saw the movie already. It's not that bad.
I remember my mom would let me like watch R-rated films as long as there were no nudities. Like I don't care how much violence you're watching as long as there's no nudity in it.
My mom is the same way.
That was the point of South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut.
Yeah.
It's like horrific profanity and violence is okay as long as there's no nudity.
Oh shit! Wait, so time out, man. I remember my mom losing her shit because I wanted her to watch Beavis and Butthead Do America.
Yeah.
And I remember my mom losing her shit. You're not allowed to see that. They're vulgar, this and that. And I'm like, you've let me see worse. Like, I know you've let me see worse. And it was the biggest argument. And South Park was another one because it had broken the world records for like most cuss words, I think, or something.
Most F-bombs,
it did. Oh, it did.
News where my mom found out. Mind you, my mom doesn't watch any English. Well, now she does, but like back then, she didn't watch any English television. This shit made it to like Spanish networks where she was like, you're not watching this shit. And I was like, what the fuck? How do you know?
Yeah. So for me, it was like growing up, my parents would let me watch like R-rated films, but then would send me out of the room during when like the sex scenes. Like I remember specifically being sent out of the room for like Cocktail and The Firm and I forget which one. I forget what the other one I was going to say. But then like
Tom Cruise, Andy Van Damme film because it's on his contract to suck some titties.
Oh Jesus!
Any of his movies, every single Van Damme film.
Like splits, and motorboaters.
But it didn't happen in Bloodsport. But
I mean, he had to really fight him, not put that in a Street Fighter. Like,
oh god, yeah. But then I remember for some reason I wasn't asked to leave the room while watching the first Police Academy film, which led to me asking my parents, what is a virgin? Because the whole thing is that Tackleberry's a virgin. I was like, you're a virgin? And like, it was like, well, what's a virgin?
Time out.
Like, yep.
I had a movie like that, Hocus Pocus.
Yep.
Really?
Entire generation. Hocus Pocus.
I asked my mom, I'm like, hey, what's a virgin? She goes, why? And I'm like, they just said it in this movie. She's like, don't worry, it's a boy. And I was like, oh, okay. So I thought
it's a boy.
Girls can't be virgins.
Like, that's you till you're 30, Jader.
I had a kid at 24. Can't use that joke.
Hey, Jader's got evidence.
No, I know.
I got proof, man.
No. I wasn't saying. I didn't mean that as you would be. I'm just saying as your mom, she'd be like, "That's you till you're 30."
Oh yeah.
Just flaming your kids.
100%.
Yeah.
He goes back with the.
He doesn't treat my brothers with that. My brother with that same shit. She's just like, yeah, just as long as you strap it on. With me, she was like, you can't do that. Don't have girls over the house. Because she would work all the time, so I would have the
Dirty Dancing. That was the other one I got sent out of the room for. Dirty Dancing.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that scene yet. I don't know.
There's nothing that bad in that film.
My mom loves that film, right? And I was actually watching it. Well, there's only one scene, and it's the first time that she sneaks out, and she sees, the only scene that's actually like any Dirty Dancing, but.
There's not much, really.
Yeah, I showed that movie to my daughter. My daughter's 5, by the way.
Love her, by the way.
I showed.
So my parents sent me out of the room. You show it to your 5-year-old.
No. Check it out. The thing is that she heard the song randomly play in my car because I had my iPod on shuffle or whatever, right?
Which song are you talking about? I've had the time of my life.
The time of my life, yeah. So she heard
fantastic song, fucking fantastic song.
And imagine like grasping the girl, the ear of a 5-year-old girl. Like the song is timeless in my opinion.
Can I say this real quick about that song? Not interrupt your story. I just want to jump in real quick and say that at mine and Sonia's wedding, that was the song that we played as the final song of the night. Was "Time of My Life."
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
So
I have a song.
Jader, gonna interject. So,
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Craig. So I don't think you know, but I'm getting married in a few months. And we had the last song of our wedding picked, and there's a lot of people watching this probably who are coming, but we're doing the Saga Begins as the last song of our wedding.
Beautiful. Love that song. Seen it in concert a couple times. Fantastic.
He's
choice.
the best, isn't he?
Oh my God, he's the best. Yeah. In fact, that's actually one of the first concerts that Sonia and I went to was Weird Al at the OC Fair. It was $15 for the ticket, and it also included entry into the fair.
That's
nice.
Fantastic. Awesome. So Bethany and I saw him last year, and he had the orchestra with him. So hearing Amish Paradise with an orchestra behind it was just one of the best concert experiences I've ever had in my life.
Did he have a choir with him?
Gosh, Weird Al was the best.
I feel like we keep derailing Jader's story. Jader, please tell us your story.
No. I mean, it's neither here nor there. But like I said, like she heard the song, loved it. I'm like, I'm gonna show you that movie because I started showing her like old school. Like we saw Grease. We saw The Sound of Music in parts because we know why. Because
long. It's 3 hours.
Yeah, it's long as hell. So we saw
and the Nazis.
But she loved it. She loved
the bad guys.
And then I ended up showing her Dirty Dancing. And I remember my mom telling me that it was such a big deal when she was growing up that movie, not growing up, but, when she saw the movie for the first time, how people were treating it like it was a super, like, X-rated film. And I'm like, really? I'm like, the only thing that I honestly turned, like, I told her, like, I had my daughter with me. I had Ari with me, and I just, like, covered her eyes during the, that one scene where she sneaks in and she says, everybody dancing. Other than that, I feel like that movie's fine. It could be PG,
I don't know. I was set out of the room during some scenes, so I don't know which scenes that you thought was
I haven't seen that.
Never saw those scenes.
No, why would I go back and watch those scenes? They're dirty.
You're like,
I'm not gonna go back and watch Cocktail.
He still wants
those dirty things for the fern. Look, I don't need to know why Tom Cruise was being blackmailed.
You're like,
that's all I know.
You're like Phoebe in that one episode of Friends where it's like, Yeller. He lived happily ever after, lived on a farm, and nothing happened after that. Yeah, that's the movie. It's at the end.
Well, it's like have you guys seen Into the Woods?
Yeah.
So there's like a version of that they do for like kids where they end it at the happily ever after part.
Oh, they don't do that, and that was the end of part 1.
Yeah. No, exactly. Like there's like a school version of that play that ends like I when I was in college, my girlfriend was like in like a community theater production of it, and so I was like working the spotlight and saw like the script and whatnot, and like there's a point of the script, it's like, all right, if you're doing this version, this is where you end. If you're not, continue. And it's like shit. So
that's funny.
So yeah, like all these kids are like, oh, Into the Woods, yeah, that's great. And I'm sure when those kids like grew up and saw the movie, like
or saw the stage production.
Or saw the full stage production, exactly. Like, I will say my biggest disappointment about the movie is they didn't include my favorite character, the best character, the narrator. Yeah, the narrator, the mysterious stranger / narrator. It's like that's the it's like, first off, the best part of the play is when they feed the narrator to the giant. Anyway,
they should get that.
What about some shitty commentary?
What else?
I think we ran out.
I think the only one we haven't mentioned so far.
We have not ran out. We've not remotely ran out.
AJ, go for it.
Bullseye and Daredevil.
No.
But like,
that's part of that film.
So lovely.
I thought Colin Farrell was great in that, to be honest with you.
I mean, and that was basically the movie that. Well, it wasn't the movie that launched him because that was the Minority Report the year before, 2002. But no, Daredevil was like. I mean, look, like
Daredevil.
Bullseye fits perfectly well into the Daredevil film.
He's the only person who's even in that much of a ridiculous of a movie.
No, I think I give some credit to MCD. I think he's awesome as Kingpin. I love him.
I love me some MCD. He points and says, hey, "Bullseye,
a bullseye."
And then the credit scene when he kills a fly with a hypodermic needle. Oh my god,
that scene was fantastic. By the way,
but no, like
I was damning, dude.
Oh no, best part is where like flicks the peanut in that old woman's throat, and he's like, "Wow!" Like,
I hated that as a kid. I was like, "Just kill my grandma."
We want to talk about bad movies and bad villains. How about is it a Howard Saint chance? Am I saying it correctly? Is it Howard Saint?
John Travolta and Punisher? Yeah, it's Howard Saint.
Howard Saint. Yeah, Howard Saint's a bad villain.
That's a great pick.
What? Wasn't even a comic book character. You know, it's not like the Punisher had villains they could have used for a movie.
Oh yeah, Punisher.
They did. They used him in Punisher Warzone.
Yeah,
Jigsaw, man.
Jigsaw, Looney Bin Jim.
That was sarcasm.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
It's okay.
But yeah, like, I don't know what someone like. You know,
I never read Punisher, so I didn't know.
You know who we should get as our villain? John Travolta. Post Battlefield Earth. Makes sense.
He loves to chew on the scenery.
He does.
I'm honestly surprised, like that. Nuclear Man was brought up, or
Nuclear Man.
I brought up Nuclear Man.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that one yet.
Superman. But
3 is worse, but 4 is bad.
Yeah, Superman 4 is pretty bad. And then the Clooney villains, man. With
the Schumacher villain. The Schumacher. How did I brought up Tommy Lee Jones?
Villains, they're doing a thing. They're all doing a thing. The Schumacher villains, you know.
Yeah, they're all live action cartoon characters.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to fault them.
At least Schwarzenegger and Thurman are like at least fun. Like I find Carrie and Tommy Lee Jones be unbearable. In Batman Forever. That is my least favorite Batman movie of all time. I hate that film.
Fuck, I don't.
Which one? So here's the thing with Batman Forever. For me, my least favorite part of Batman Forever was Kilmer. You know, so it's like I didn't have any problem with like the villains. I thought the villains were fine, but again, this is like you weren't alive when this movie came out. I was like pumped up. We got.
I love how that's in defense. You weren't there.
But you weren't there for like the build up of it. It's like Jim Carrey was like at the height of his career. Tommy Lee Jones was coming off his Oscar win and his like MTV best villain award for Blown Away, and so it was like you're coming off the first 2 Batman films, and like all the kids are like, oh, who are going to be the next Batman villains? And it's like, oh my god, it's going to be like. And then
it was a great announcement.
Well.
It was a great announcement, but then
but for me, it was like for me watching the film, the first time I watched it, I was like, Val Kilmer was awful as Batman. That was my main takeaway. It was less about the in terms of the performances, but and again, I'm not trying to discount Chance your opinion. I'm just saying
I'm just joking.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is like I come from a place of like when the film came out, its position in the oeuvre,
right? No, I get it. And
it's like it's those things are hard to get. That's something as an old person I'm able to understand.
You don't get it, man. You weren't there.
You weren't there, child, please.
I saw Returns, Forever, and Batman and Robin first day they came out of theater. And
Batman and Robin was one of the ones that I just only recently watched.
No, dude, no. I saw that.
I wish they would have gone by the ultimate title: Ice, Puns, and Ass.
But I remember going to see that movie, and as a kid loving it. And I remember my stepmom took me at the time, and the movie ended, and she looked at me. She goes, "Did you really like that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I loved it." She goes, "That movie was garbage." And I was like, what are you talking about? And I remember I even had the Monopoly game. There was a Warner Brothers store over here in Bayside, like which is like kind of by downtown Miami. There was a whole Warner Brothers store. And I remember I bought the soundtrack. I remember buying the Batman and Robin like t-shirt. And I remember getting that Monopoly game. This shows
that you're like a couple years younger than me, where it's like for me when Batman and Robin came out, I was like, nope. You were like,
yes. Dude, I remember that McDonald's had like glasses of Batman and they had the Forever glasses, and then when Batman and Robin came out, they had like dope, super cool glasses. And again, going to see that movie opening night, it was sold out everywhere. It was so packed. And yeah, man, like it's I can't watch that movie again. Like every time that I try to rewatch it when I'm doing like a Batman, watch along or whatever, and I'm like, that's the one that I'm like, I can't go back to that one.
Like that. That's like your nom.
Yeah. Well, first off, so having only watched it for the first time recently, I actually didn't hate it as much as I thought I would, in part because I was able to appreciate it as like he was clearly trying to do something with it. Like it was clearly intentionally campy because ouch. Ouch, AJ. Ouch.
The weirdest thing is I brought that comment on screen.
But watching it, I'm watching it. I'm just like, so like these are the like nobody would do these things until like he would have to know that these things are bad. Like, and he's like doing it in a way that it's like he was going for the camp, like intentionally going for the camp. And I feel like I'm watching, like, is this awful or genius? Like I couldn't it's hard to tell. And I feel like it was one of those things that were like similar to the Ang Lee Hulk, where it's like he had a vision and shot for it and just like fell short of what he meant to do. Like he wanted it to be, and part of the problem with what he was going for,
it was Burton.
Yeah, because this was still part of the franchise that Burton had done. Yeah. Because he still has Michael Goff and he still has Commissioner Gordon. Thank you. Pat Engle's Commissioner Gordon. And so it's like this is still the same franchise, and yet you're going with a completely different genre for it and a completely different tone for it. And it's like, so like it didn't work in that regard, but like watching it recently as a standalone film was like, okay, I see what you're going for. It doesn't completely work, but I appreciate that you tried something.
I feel like with Forever, he kind of kept it somewhat like it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think that was a studio a lot, by the way. I'm pretty sure the studio reined him in a lot.
I felt like Forever was campy, but not as bad as what we got with Batman and Robin.
Here's what I compare those 89 Batman films to, because I really like the first. I really like 89. I really like
89 is like one of my top 10 favorite movies.
Yeah, 89.
I really like 89, but for me, the Batman Returns is probably still to this day my favorite Batman film.
I absolutely
love it. It's awesome. I love that movie.
But like the way I quit those first two is just like you come into a friend's house, he treats you really nice, gives you a good meal, gives you a warm bed. You come back the next week.
So Mike's house.
He just like not like backhands you. He like around the world like nearly breaks your neck with a smack. That's Batman Forever. Then you go back the next week. And the same thing happens.
And he gives you the backhand.
The same thing happens, but you know it's coming, so it hurts a little less. That's those movies to me.
Well, it was interesting again. Going back to like having been there, like it was interesting at the time when Michael Keaton didn't come back for it. Right. There was a lot of confusion as to why he wasn't coming back, and I remember initially so his official stance was he didn't want to get pigeonholed as this one character. But then the other, because he didn't announce that he wasn't going to return as Batman until after
it was announced
Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones were cast.
Yeah.
And so it was assumed he was going to be back as Batman. They cast these two, and then he didn't come back. And then the thought was, well, does he not want to be outshined by these two? And so like there was all this like kind of like, nobody knew what was going on. And then the movie.
He was the smartest man in the room.
Yeah, he turned down a lot of money to do that, didn't he?
I'm not sure how much money, but he
No. He turned down a lot of money, and I know that Tommy Lee Jones hated the fuck out of Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
He
time.
did not sanction the buffoonery, Jader. That's one of my favorite quotes of all time, because it's just like, what does that even mean?
What?
Does all buffoonery need to be sanctioned by Tommy Lee Jones 3 days in advance? Is that his inclusion writer?
Yeah.
Look, one of them went to Harvard, and one of them grew up in a van in Canada. Was it Harvard? Is that where he and Al Gore were roommates? I assume it's Harvard.
I think that is Harvard.
Maybe it was Yale. I don't know. Point is,
it's some fancy.
Point is, Tommy Lee Jones was Al Gore's roommate, and Jim Carrey lived in a van in Canada. And then in 1996, six.
Oh yeah, so when Batman Forever came out.
Yeah, is it
five?
Five.
Damn it.
Forever was 5, and Batman and Robin was 7.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
My freshman year of college, one of my TAs was in Batman and Robin, and despite that, I still didn't watch the film. But I looked him up on IMDb. It was like, yep, there he is. He was one of the reporters. He's one of the reporters in the observatory. He's credited as observatory.
That's fantastic.
Reporter. Yeah. But despite the fact that I literally knew someone in the movie, did not watch it until this year.
If you find a way to do that's right. You find a way to do like YouTube for the stream, which actually isn't that hard, but you need to do like best extras in movies.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
You totally bring up the Batman, guy from Forever.
No, what about the cop with the acid guy?
No, it's boiling acid.
It's so bad, man.
It's so bad. like he's bad with regular actors, but he fucks extras up.
Yeah, dude. No. It's pretty fucking bad. Yeah. What do you guys feel about Blackheart in Ghost Rider?
Oh, Blackheart.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Blackheart, man.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been a while since I've seen Ghost Rider.
Me too.
And I feel like those movies are just like middle of the road. I feel like
No, they're bad. They're both bad.
I've never seen the.
Oh no! Hold on. I think the second one. I think Spirit of Vengeance is better than the first one. Because the first one's just kind of meh, and then like the second, like Spirit of Vengeance, is like low budget and crazy.
So I didn't walk out of Spirit of Vengeance in the theaters, but when my dad brought it home for us to watch on DVD, I did just go up to my room like halfway through. All right, I'm done.
But it's so fun. It's so crazy. It's like Nicolas Cage being like,
I remember I did watch both Ghost Rider for the tournament, and first one, yes, is surprisingly dull for a guy who's a big flaming Skeletor on a bike.
Yeah.
But second one is just like aggressively bad and aggressively fast. It's just like,
but in a good way, in a fun way.
Like, wait, hold on.
It's like they took every studio note, and just put it all in the second movie.
They took every studio note and threw them all out the window.
Took all for the first one, made an entire second movie.
So let's make a movie.
But Blackheart plays like. He played like the emo son of the devil. He's really bad. And Peter Fonda is actually not bad in that first film as the devil.
No, Peter Fonda was not that bad, man. Wes Bentley was like, I feel like he was in a different movie altogether.
Best part about Blackheart is the way he beats him. Like the way it happens is he gets this contract that gives him 1,000 souls. Thing is though, that's the only reason Ghost Rider couldn't hurt him. It's because he didn't have a soul. Now he's got 1,000. It's just like, well, that's pretty fucking stupid. Actually, no. The real villain of that film is Sam Elliott because he just straight up like wasted his last burn like a dick.
Yeah, he's like, all right, Well, I'll leave you here now. Bye.
Just like, all right, let me light the way. They get there, and he's like this like Ghost Rider on like a flaming horse, right? They get to like where the final showdown is gonna be. He turns it out. He's like, well, that's all I was gonna do. You thought I was gonna kick some ass? Nah, bro. I'm gone.
No, I just wanted this to be a cool shot for the film, the trailers,
yeah.
maybe.
No, I'm just gonna be like a really cool tour guide. It's all good.
Yeah. It's like you could have just rode a horse. You
could have like wait. You could have like stayed on fire. You could have waited till you got there and then set on fire.
Oh, hey, looks like we got one more person jumping in.
Oh, shit.
Keep your pants on, Jake Yucavetta.
It's Shadow Band in the first stream.
Wow. What's up, brother?
There's
What's going on, man?
Yeah, what's going on, Jake? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Haven't seen some of y'all in a while.
It's been a
Last
while.
time I saw you had like the big like Grizzly Adams beard.
Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Good observation, Nate.
Last time I saw Jake, I couldn't unsee him.
Yeah, I've retired showing my ass on screen. So
thank you.
It was a very good one stream run.
Ooh. Well, it's make sure you put that in your riders from now on. Will not show ass on screen.
Oh no, I'm definitely down for it. I just for the will of the people, I have stopped.
We the people did express some discontent.
Yeah, we had an election recently where we all voiced our opinions, and it's coming,
We put out a formal declaration like we don't want to see Jake's ass anymore.
Oh,
We're not gonna take it.
You hereby claim that Jake's ass will not be on screen anymore.
I just beg that Jake's ass doesn't show up at my wedding.
Oh, you know it will.
Yeah, that's a given.
I figured as much, but
I mean, you asked
ask.
me to be a groomsman. My ass is coming out.
Spoiler alert: Jake is a groomsman at my wedding.
The only groomsman wearing ass.
I'm gonna be drinking a lot.
Oh shit, that's a good idea, Chance.
I was kidding. I got to the wedding. I was kidding, Jake. God damn.
Oh, it's all vodka.
You just stay quiet.
I might
now
have
and wait
to.
see if it happens.
Might not be.
Barbarian,
able to
what are
return
you
the
drinking?
pants, but...
Well, this is all vodka, and I'm going to pour some raspberry lemonade into it.
Ah, nice.
Ooh,
I've actually just tried these Jack Daniel's lemonade. They're delicious.
Are they?
They're really good, actually. I'm endorsing them.
The holiest of holy. Here over here.
Okay.
Nice, I like that.
Copper tail.
So
like that a lot.
Mike's drinking lemonade and Jader's drinking something unholy. So we know who the gangsta is in this situation.
It's Jader. I mean, we know that.
Come on,
I had some craft brews lined up for this, but the stream has gone so long that I have been subjected to PBR. So.
I had some PBR the other day, but it was like a weed PBR. You know, PBR has a weed line.
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah. Nice.
Have you guys
in
tried
Alabama.
that beer?
Hey, just got legalized in my state.
Woo woo.
Congrats.
Good job.
Yeah, taking pulls off of a warm bottle of champagne was just not my wisest decision.
You should have been milk. Milk
Milk
was a bad choice.
Yes. I'm just sitting back here, like quietly committing to the bit. Like, nah.
I drank rosé out of a solo cup. There was rosé in the solo cup at one point.
I mean, that's American class.
I don't know if you guys can see this shit. It's a Georgia.
Terrapin? Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Where the
The fucking the Terrapin Tap House in the Atlanta airport used to be my go-to spot because
it's more of a Maryland game.
it was one of the only few places in the Atlanta airport that you could smoke and have a beer.
Nice.
So when I travel for work, I always travel through Atlanta. So I always went to Terrapin Tap House, and now Atlanta airport, you can't smoke there anymore. So it's like, fuck them. But I've had those Terrapin beers, and they're good.
They're fucking awesome.
Oh, Terrapin's good.
I had them for the first time about like 3 weeks ago, more or less. I forgot what the fuck I went to go do. But I went to I went to Total Wine, and they had a whole section. I'm like, this shit looks interesting. So I took it with me. They're delicious. Great fucking beers.
Yeah. I remember I was there right after that Falcons Patriots Super Bowl.
Oh, right.
And, my only
you drink a lot.
My only options were they had Bud Light bottles that were they were the metal bottles, but they were Atlanta Falcon branded. And it was either that or get their own craft beer. And I was like, well, if I get that Falcons bottle, then I'm just going to choke 3/4 of the way through it. So give me the draft.
Yep.
Nailed it.
I'm glad some of y'all got that reference.
Nailed it.
Oh, I know.
That was great.
Yep.
That was great.
I was at a Super Bowl party where I hang with what we would say it's an eclectic crowd. So I was at a Super Bowl party where when the fourth quarter started, there was a $5 bet as to whether or not the game would whether or not the Patriots could make it a competitive game, whether or not the Patriots would get within 7 points of the game. And then it quickly became so once the Patriots made it clear they were making a comeback, that $5 bet quickly turned into a $500 bet on what the outcome of the game would be. It's like, man, I was like, you guys, but
yeah. Kind of the same shit happened. Same night. They, my ex is a huge Patriots fan. Her dad's from Boston, and I remember we threw a big party. I was obviously going for Atlanta. But I knew not to count out Tom Brady. It's fucking Tom Brady. And I remember everyone was celebrating in the house. And I was just in front of the TV like this, quiet as hell, watching the game. Everybody's like, how are you not the happiest person ever? I'm like, because it's Tom fucking Brady. And I'm like, and that guy is the king of comebacks. And they're like, there's no way that he's going to come back from this deficit. It's not going to happen. Oh. And I took the bet, and I'm like, I will bet you $50 that Tom Brady will come back and win the game. That's how I was knew that he was going to do it. And then I ended up making $100 because somebody else joined in. And so thank you, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
But we also didn't count on Kyle Shanahan being a dickhead. So which we can count on now. We can count on that now.
Right.
Because he's done it twice.
Yeah, I'll say this again. This will date me, but I went to college with Tom Brady. My freshman year, Tom Brady was Michigan's quarterback.
Yep.
And then my junior year, Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. So I've rooted for Tom Brady ever since. I mean, I did wager some money on the Tampa Bay under this year. Looks like I may lose that bet, but that was less about Tom Brady and more just about the thinking that people were going to overhype
villain
based on
of football, and it comes full circle again, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with how shitty the fucking NFC South is this year. I mean, my Panthers aren't exactly doing great.
The East is even worse.
Well, yeah, we're not the East.
The East. Can I say, AJ? I've been watching this. It's like, AJ, are you wearing a Washington football team hat?
That is a Washington football team hat. Yes, it is.
Oh my God! But bravo! I've never seen Washington. I didn't realize they were actually making Washington football team merchandise.
I hunted for this
most of it.
This is the only year, right? Because this is the only year that there will be a Washington football team. That's gonna be
they've actually said they're going to keep it for next year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have. God. Yeah.
See, because I'm not even a Washington fan, but I want to go buy a Washington football team hat just because. I agree. On the novelty of it.
It's the most fun team to root for.
You, they have the second best record in the NFC East. So
that is true.
Good for him.
Nothing warms my heart
more
than saying touchdown football team.
Well, it's great, looking at the standings on one of these sports websites, and it'll be like Eagles football team, Giants, Cowboys. Wait, what?
Yep.
Hey, who are the Cardinals playing this weekend?
The football
team.
The football team. The Cardinals are playing a football team. But Man, no, I for years I've been calling them the Washington Redacteds, and I really wish they would have adopted that as their team name.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
The Redacteds. It works. It works for Washington. It worked when they were the Redskins because it's like you shouldn't call them anymore. So you just the Washington Redacteds.
The Redacteds. Sure, why not? I
is
don't
doing better
like a new name. I kind of want the football team to stay till the end of time.
Oh my God! Right? Just keep it. Fuck, you guys will sell out merchandise. The Washington football team.
More people are talking about the football.
It's like
team
snakes
now.
on a plane.
Yeah, no people are talking about that team now than they ever did when they were the Redskins. Well,
Yeah,
we're talking about the Redskins, but not for
y'all should make Alex Smith your quarterback. I'm just saying, like that was the best.
Why not?
That was the best part of your season was Alex Smith coming in.
Who isn't rooting for Alex Smith right now? Like
everyone was rooting for Alex Smith.
He had that triumphant entrance on field, and then
Hey, Aaron Donald! Look! Aaron Donald proved that his knee is healed.
mm-hmm.
Aaron Donald jumped up and was like, "Let's see how that knee works."
He destroyed him right there. Yeah.
He got back up and got to the sideline. That was beautiful. It was like, "Hey, you're healed."
Alex Smith and Tua got very similar fanfare when they came out. Yeah. It's like doesn't matter if you win the game as long as you throw a pass and complete it. We love you.
Yeah. No man, I'm you know what, man? I'm happy for the AFC East because
Liam's got a great point here.
They're not. Oh, the Jets.
There's all this talk about whether
my boy
he's about to mention the Jets right now.
But this little Canadian asshole is a Jets fan. So
right.
I don't let him clown on his own team that much.
The Jets, man.
I'll say something real quick. I know we don't want to talk too much about politics here because it's legally this is more about keeping our minds off of it. But I grew up in Michigan, and I've grown up a Detroit sports team fan, especially Tigers and Lions were my big go-tos. The year after I moved to Los Angeles, the Lakers lost to the Pistons in the NBA championship. And I was for a long while following the Pistons pretty closely, and then and then as soon as we traded away Chauncey, it's been a shit show ever since. But with this election coming through, also in recent years, it's so with the new teams moving to Los Angeles and the new stadium being built, I'm a season ticket holder for the Rams now, and I've been trying to decide, do I want to root for both teams? Do I want to just switch allegiances? Do I just want to use these Rams tickets as a chance to make money? With this election, when the initial results were coming in, I knew not to put too much stock into them because I knew they hadn't counted the urban votes out of Detroit and whatnot. But I was telling my friends last night, it's honestly, if Trump wins the election and Michigan goes red again, I may have to just cut all my Detroit sports allegiances because at that point it's my personal views and my and everything. Because it's Dodgers just won the World Series. I've been going to Dodgers games for 17 years now.
Right.
And it's largely just because I love baseball so goddamn much that I want to even when the Tigers don't come to town, I want to go to a baseball game. So I don't want to go see the Angels because they're garbage. So I go to the Dodgers games. And I root for the Dodgers against whatever team they're playing. And so I've been rooting for the Dodgers for 17 years, and it's it doesn't feel the same as if my actual team had won the World Series. But I was so happy when the Dodgers won, especially because I put money on it. But it's I don't know how much I would have stayed to it, but I'm very happy and very proud that Michigan has now been called for Biden, and I'm very pleased to think that I have that the state hasn't lost touch with I have it. The state and I are not so.
You're not breaking up. You guys are still together.
What'd you say, Jader?
I said you guys are not breaking up. You're still good.
I was just saying, it's like, and look, it's less of like it's not a Republican Democrat thing. It's a Donald Trump thing, and it's the last 4 years thing, and it's like the fact that someone could, I don't know. And again, I don't want to make this too political, but for me with the sports, it was just a matter of like, for people to have seen what has happened over the last 4 years and said, give me 4 more years of that, was just inconceivable to me. And I'm happy that all signs are pointing to a Biden win right now, but I am still disappointed that, 69 million people thought that they wanted 4 more years of this. And thankfully,
you stuck with them. You stuck with them through 0-16, but this is the line.
Can I say this, Chance? I was at the only successful Fire Millen chant in the 2008 season when they went 0-16. I was at the Lions 49ers game in San Francisco, and in the middle of the game, we broke out into a great Fire Millen chant. And the next day, Matt Millen was fired. So nice. I was I helped start the only successful Fire Millen chant.
Man, then it's so crazy the amount of talented players that go to the Detroit Lions. Like you have.
Well, when you're that bad, you get the number 1 overall pick in the draft very often, so you do get the best players.
But like you had one of the best. You had arguably one of the best running backs of all time. And one of the best receivers.
Yeah, Barry Sanders. That's not even arguably. He was the best.
He was not arguing that he was one of them. It's arguable whether or not he is the Sanders. Who did you say?
I take Peyton over Sanders.
Peyton?
Yeah, no, I'm saying one of the best.
Yeah, I can't.
I always hear Emmett over Barry. That's why I was confused for a second there. But it's not arguable whether he is one of. It's arguable whether he was the.
Yeah. But like you have one of the best running backs of all time, one of the best receivers of all time, and they would rather retire than keep playing for the Lions.
Both of them did. Both of them.
Yeah. And honestly, for me, when I first got in on these Rams, first off, the reason why, like Sonia was the reason we got in on these Rams tickets, because we had friends who had gotten in on the Rams tickets when they were in the Coliseum. Right. And Sonia regretted not being part of that. And she was always like, I thought you were going to say you wanted to be a part of that. And, it was kind of a social thing, kind of a whatnot. And so when it came time to do the actual tickets for the 50-year commitment for this, that I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's get in on this. And, yeah. So, but at the time, I didn't know for sure if I was going to actually root for the Rams or if it was just going to be like, own these tickets and root for the Lions. But that year, the Lions fired Jim Caldwell, who was the best coach in the Super Bowl era for the Lions. They fired him to bring on Matt Patricia, who's been awful. He's driven talent away from the team. And it's not even that he loses the games frequently. He loses the games so frequently, by the way. But he's
which he does a lot.
He literally drives the talent away from the team because he wants to coach his way. And then when they leave, they say, "Yeah, this coach was an asshole. That's why we're leaving." And it's insane that they fired the best coach they've ever had to bring this guy on.
Right.
We should start talking about the Lions and start talking about comic book villains again instead of actual villains like Matt Patricia.
I love it.
He was the best DC coordinator for Patriots, man. He did so much for the Patriots.
Yeah, he was the DC coordinator who he was the defensive coordinator who had the defense that gave up the most points ever in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, good old Matty Patty Cakes. All right, Jader.
For a winning team.
Boys, I gotta go, man. I got class at 7 a.m. This way way longer, but it was too much fun. So it was a pleasure as always. Let's do this again. Rick Dares.
Oh, we're gonna do this once a month with this crew.
Yeah, no,
maybe more actually.
Completely out of the game. I haven't seen shit. Literally been buried reading. So honestly, I didn't even know today's show was today. I happened to jump on and I saw you guys messaging. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And when I saw my shit, the show's today. I committed to this show at a very, very drunk night. Mike reached out and I was wasted. I was like, I'm there for you, man. Whatever you need, I'm there. You let me know.
That's the only way to agree to anything Mike asks.
Absolutely.
Well, like,
all right.
Salute, boy.
Good one, man.
All right, brother.
Jader, love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Later.
This will be the what the after show.
What?
Yeah, I'm
the
heading
after
out
show?
too. I got work early, so this was very fun.
Chance, man.
Again. I will see y'all later.
Cheers, man.
Everybody was just waiting for that first one to leave.
No, we're all waiting for you to show, Jake. Now the Chance is gonna officially say good luck, Chance, even though I'm rooting for you to lose because of faction standings. Chance is a good dude. So good luck.
Oh, I love Chance. Chance is my boy.
I also, though, I feel like I'm one of the few people in the league that actually likes Chandler. So, I mean, no,
I like him as a person. I don't like his personality in the show.
So
it's a heel. It's a heel personality. He does it great. It's like Rocky.
He's a heel.
Exactly, but he doesn't have to say it. Exactly, but he doesn't have to say it. No, he does great heel work, just like Roxy does great heel work. And everyone says, "Oh, I don't like Roxy's personality." It's like, yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, but Chandru is kind of a dick, though.
Look, Chandru.
He's a good dude, but he's kind of
like Chandru, like as a person, is awesome. I think.
Yeah,
he is, but he has that.
His character is kind of a dick, because and it's look, everyone's character is a little bit of a magnification of themselves, and you choose whether or not to portray it as like good or evil. And look, he's I think
I still love the dude.
No, but I'm like I think his character work is fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think that I appreciate him as a person and as a character. I think that he is what he's doing. Like, I mean, look, he has turned himself into such a beacon of a heel that people going into Spectacular. Even though he's on the face faction, he will be the heel against Chance, who's on a heel faction. Like, that's fantastic.
I said it earlier. Like, if this was a live event, Chance would have had the biggest face reaction of all time because he was playing Chandru.
Kind of like how when Janine came out in New York and she was supposed to be a heel and everybody fucking embraced her. It's gonna be a lot of the same.
Then, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it'll be similar to Snyder against.
Oh, it was against Chance too. Yeah.
Well, like Snyder against Oyama, Jake and I were both at a show. That was insane,
right?
That was a weird match to be there in person for. And
oh my god, that whole event was weird. That whole show, the Manhattan event, was really weird.
What was the undercard for that?
It was Ethan versus Haley
against Oyama, or Haley and Ethan.
Yeah.
Oh. And we had hung out with Haley the night before. And so I was like, oh shit, I only know Ethan from online, but now that I've gotten to hang out and smoke bongs with Haley, like, I fucking love her. She's got to win this. And there was no like real energy in there for that match. And then there was the Oyama and Snyder match. What's that?
Was that their match for the tournament?
No, it was just a match.
Okay, didn't Haley and Ethan play each other in the tournament last year?
Wasn't it the first tournament match?
Was it?
I think it
was. It was the first one that aired.
Kickoff.
Okay.
I do recall that Ethan. Yeah.
I was very drunk, and I almost fucked up Ethan's entrance.
You were
That's
drunk?
The first time I met you, actually, Jake.
Jake?
Yeah, it was.
That was the first time I met Jake, actually. So that was a cool night.
Hey, Jake, you were drunk?
A little bit. Here's a little behind the scenes. Between matches, or before they had started the Haley and Ethan one, Haley had already come out, but I was already out getting beers, and it was a weird little setup where like there was a bar downstairs that you had to go to,
right?
And
I remember that.
And they gave me like a little cardboard pallet because I was getting beers for the whole Action Army. So I had like this whole fucking tray of shit. And I didn't realize that Haley had already gone.
I don't know, these are all for me.
No, they half of them were for me. But I didn't realize that they were already doing the entrances. And so I guess Haley had already gone out, and I just didn't even notice that Ethan was standing off to the side and getting ready to come out. So I open the door and I walk in. I take like 2 steps and I hear the fucking Turtle Power music come on. So I try to fucking take off running down the aisle, and we were in like the 3rd row. So I had to run down the whole thing. And I get down there finally. I got past Christian Ruvalcaba, who was doing his, backwards camera thing for the entrance. Right. I just wanted to get past him so I wasn't on camera. And I was trying to get into the aisle. And I was like a few seats in, so I had to jump over Lucas and Alex Mack and a few other people. And the whole fucking tray spilled like all over Alex. And I had like the beers weren't open, they were cans. So nothing got spilled. But like she just jumped up and looked over at me, and I had just met her like 30 minutes earlier, and she was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" So for like the next 3 months, I thought Alex hated me.
I love Alex, by the way.
Oh, she's great, but that was like a weird way to interact. And I could see Christian and Mark on stage. They were watching me the whole time. Like, is this motherfucker going to get out of the way?
Yeah. So I'm I only watched that match after the fact, but I'm not surprised that Ethan won, because just how much I knew about Ethan going in. And it's like coming into the league, I knew Ethan and Christian and LeShannon Miller, of course, and having known Ethan over the years, just in general conversation, his knowledge of actors and actresses and their roles in films has just been astounding, so for a short while I worked at. Oh, look at that!
Hey guys,
what's up, Sean?
What's up, man?
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
What time is it? It's been a long fucking day.
It's late.
Time doesn't
Sean,
exist.
I'm in the middle of a story, okay? God damn it. No, so like I used to work at a talent agency where we, it wasn't like it wasn't a big agency. It was a what we call boutique agency in the industry. And shortly after I started there, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to try to get my, trying to show that I'm a go-getter and get my clients meetings set up at, a big company like where Ethan works." And so I called Ethan up, and I'm just telling him about all the clients, and like, all these clients that are just kind of not really well-known people. He's like, "Oh yeah, he played that character in Ghostbusters." Like, "Oh yeah, she was that character in Serenity." Sorry, my bad.
Serenity.
Which Serenity?
Yeah, the Joss Whedon one. We represented a woman named Nectar Rose, who wonderful person. She was like a David Krumholtz's like sex robot in Serenity. And I just like to Ethan's like, "Oh yeah, it's we have this guy sent her over." He's like, "Yeah, it's Nectar Rose." He's like, "Oh yeah, she's like the sex robot in Serenity." He's like, "Yep." And it was just like he just like knew all these things off the top of his head. Just when I'm like telling him these names, he's like, "Oh yeah, I know that person. That's they were in this." So like his just raw knowledge of movie trivia, just like. And the funny thing is, so like I went and I checked out the Schmodown back last October, and when I checked it out, it was Ethan had a couple matches that day, and I was talking to him, and I was like, so do people study for this? He's like, no. He's like, I don't study, and I found out like he's the only person that doesn't study. I was like, oh, so it's like I spent like the next few months being like, well, maybe I should study. I don't know. But it's like, yeah, no, Ethan didn't study for it, but yeah, everyone else fucking does. Well, there you go. Hey, Sean, welcome to the show.
Good morning. Oh, wait, no, it's still not morning. Fuck, I don't know what time it is, guys.
It's almost morning. We got another 41
It's almost there.
My time is morning.
Cheers.
So yeah.
Yeah.
It's Christmas Eve, bro.
I believe you.
Where's your Jameson?
I have eggnog.
Oh, well, there you
I
go.
like it.
Because it's Christmas.
Cheers. I'm assuming the Jameson is in the eggnog.
Well, there is rum, brandy, and blended whiskey.
Nice. Love
There
it.
you go.
Okay.
Wait, is that a pre-made?
Oh, yeah.
eggnog?
$10
Where
at
did you
Theta
get
Brothers.
that? Yeah. Oh, nice. That's
You-
hey, that works.
Okay.
It's very dangerous.
So just eggnog is just alcoholic cum. I
Mhm.
can't deal with that.
It's wonderful. Hey, I'll take it.
Oh, Jake. Jake, have you ever had an ejaculation? Because eggnog is much different than that.
The thickness, I just
How thick? I'm going to stop this conversation now. Hey, Sean, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing
Hey,
well.
Jake, when's the last time that you had pineapple juice?
Sean, I gotta ask. You been to Galaxy's Edge?
You know, I've been doing this for 5 years. 5 fucking years. Yeah,
What?
I've been to Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
I'll be
So,
Galaxy's Edge.
I hope someone got that reference, right? Someone got that
Yeah.
reference.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I actually
got
did it.
Okay.
What's that from?
Yeah.
I got it.
Christian.
Have you done Rise of the
Fighter,
Resistance?
I have not. When
I-
when I went, it wasn't open yet.
Yeah, same here. I went twice.
Yeah.
I rode Smuggler's Run multiple times, but
So I've still not done Smuggler's Run on Chewbacca mode, which I really, really want to do.
What's Chewbacca
The
mode?
fuck is
So-
Chewbacca mode?
You actually, if you have all 6 people and you like hit the right sequence on like the buttons, you won't hear Hondo. You'll hear Chewbacca just yelling at you, and like I really want to do it, but I've never had all 6 people. So
I didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah.
yes, no, that exists. But getting back to where I was going, Rise of the Resistance is the greatest theme park attraction in the world.
I know that right before COVID we were gonna go, and then sure enough, fucking COVID closes everything. So yeah, we
Right.
never got a chance.
No,
I don't know that it was open for very long before.
No, it wasn't.
no,
I-
it
shut
wasn't.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm getting a little sad because I know there's a website that does like amusement park ride walkthrough, like walkthroughs
Yeah.
or run throughs or whatnot.
Mhm.
And Sonia didn't want to watch the Rise of the Resistance one because she didn't want to have it spoiled for her. So
Oh,
and yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like the weird thing about the timing of her death is that it's like at least it came in this like weird pause in like pop culture and this pause in just like reality where it's like there hasn't been a concert since her death. There hasn't been she got to see the ending of the Infinity Saga. She got to see the ending of Game of Thrones. She got to see the ending of the Skywalker Saga. She got to see she got to experience all these things. So it's like every now and again, like something will come up that'll be like, oh fuck, she can see that. But it's like she even got to see the concert that she most wanted to see, which was My Chemical Romance, which like they had been broken up. They had been broken up forever, and she like they only did one concert in America before the pandemic hit, which we like tried to get tickets for when it went on sale and couldn't. And so we went on eBay, and I ended up paying $1,900 for 2 tickets to this concert. But at this point, she'd gotten her diagnosis, so it's just like we didn't know if this is going to be if they were going to do a tour or what. It's like fuck it, it's it's worth the money. Who gives a fuck? And so
and they're doing it. They're doing a tour, but it's been postponed.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then we had tickets to go see them in October, but she died in April, so it's like and then October came and went, and the concert got postponed. So it's like, don't put off to tomorrow what you can do today,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Rise of the Resistance was one that we missed though, which is unfortunate. But she got to make her draw. We went to the early. We got a hotel room at one of the Disney resorts so that we could do like the pre-access before they opened Galaxy's Edge.
right.
And we got our droids, and at that point I bought we bought a lightsaber, and the plan was for us to share the lightsaber, But so I'm always like a blue and she's always like a red. And so I was like, all right, well, because we're sharing this, we'll make it purple. So I got the purple kyber crystal. Oh. But then afterwards she's like, oh, I would have wanted a fucking red one. So so we went back in November and got her a red one.
That's awesome.
That's still sweet as fuck though.
Yeah.
Mine's red, by the way.
That's the one thing I really need to go do is the lightsaber build, because that's
the best
fucking
experience.
Cool.
It's the best experience you're ever gonna have.
It's an experience in addition to being like a souvenir. It's like you're not just paying for the souvenir. You're paying for the experience as well.
Oh, 100%. You can get that lightsaber elsewhere for $100, but the extra 100 for the experience is totally worth it.
I don't know if you can get the full lightsaber because it's like it's got a good heft to it.
Oh, it's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We went to Downtown Disney a couple weeks ago maybe. And man, I was so tempted. The freaking Legacy series lightsabers they have there.
Yeah.
They just don't have one that like I see and I go, yeah, that's the one, you know.
Well, what would be the one? Like, what's the one?
It has to be able to cut a guy in half.
That would be the first priority. But either Kanan or Cal Kestis or the Darksaber. They don't have any.
Oh, the Darksaber. Oh, the Darksaber.
Well, I gotta match my wall ornament, you know.
Oh, it's fantastic. Oh man.
So Bethany bought the Ahsoka ones, and they're pretty damn cool.
Yeah, Jill really wants the Ahsoka ones. She just hasn't bit the bullet yet.
They just released the so that was the Rebels ones, but they just released the Clone Wars ones, and I'm pretty certain I'm gonna drop the 200 on those two. So that's probably coming.
Yep. That's the problem. Once you start collecting, you don't stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should see my Funko collection.
Oh, I can imagine.
Likewise.
So Sonia and I always refer to them as a slippery slope. Every time we'd buy one, we're like, slippery slope. And we got 3 cabinets full of them. No, I can't because they're all in a cabinet right now.
Can you see behind me the porg and all the child stuff? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know.
That's all in the other room. That's in Jill's streaming setup. All the porgs and baby Yodas.
I mean, but right there, that's saying like, hey, I found the right one. So
yeah.
Here's my giant baby Yoda that I got.
Oh my god, it's so big.
I love that.
We have the baby Yoda.
We still haven't bought that, but
also
that's coming.
It looked like a Canadian from South Park was the mouth attached.
Oh, Canadian baby Yoda, that's the thing.
Like baby Ike.
Canadian Yoda.
Sean, we need to hang out sometime. I feel like it's like,
dude, I agree. I've been so somehow I made myself so fucking busy these last like fucking 3 months. Because I'm still working my day job.
Yeah. Do you go in or do you do it from home?
Oh, I go in.
Oh.
I go in.
Sean goes in.
I'm a field technician. So I'm out and about in the public all day, every day. And then somehow
maybe we should hang out then.
Well, yeah, so that's the kicker. Is like I try not to see people because it's like I'm in a there's few enough people in here that I could say what I do. I don't normally say it. I'm a cable technician, so I install internet and TV. So I'm in 8 homes a day.
Yeah. What percentage of them wear their masks when you come in?
0.
Basically 0. Yep. Orange County, man.
Yeah. No, I know the orange curtain.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's funny because whenever I have people come in, I get these emails like you have to wear your mask when these people are in your home. It's like, and I don't have any problem with it, but it's like, in fact, I would have been doing it either way, but it's yeah.
Down here where fucking I think I haven't checked the numbers, but I'm sure Orange County actually went red this election.
I mean, it always does.
You know, they don't want to wear their fucking masks.
Yeah,
it's silly. I don't know. Again, we only delve minorly into politics. The only thing I'll say is like, why does handling a pandemic have to be a political issue? Why does wearing a mask to prevent the transmission of a deadly virus have to be a political issue?
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like how many countries in how many countries is this a political issue?
Pretty much no other developed nation.
Yeah.
It is a little bit in England. I've looked into it a little bit. It is a little bit in England, but not nearly as bad as it is here.
But of course, in England, they have Boris Johnson, who's basically a Trump prototype.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, in
Anyway.
South Alabama.
Sorry, I brought it down. Sorry, guys.
No, you're good. You're good.
No. Yeah, but by the way, like even in Los Angeles proper, it's like I have a hard time going out and like not, you know, it's like you play dodge the COVIDia when you go out, you know.
That sounds like a really good video game right there.
No, it's a bad video game. It's a very bad video game.
All you have to do is just stay away from
dire
people.
consequences.
Yeah, I mean it's not as hard as you sound. Like I went to go to Paul Preston's to look at his Ghostbusters setup the other day for Halloween, and like it was fantastic. It was fantastic, but like a Schmodown fan like came running up without a mask, and I was like, "Whoa, put your mask on!"
Yeah.
Hold up. Why was a Schmodown fan at Paul Preston's house?
He publicized it.
When I said it was easy, I mean if it was a video game, because you could just walk away from everybody.
Yeah,
like real life is a whole other thing.
No, they come running at you.
He posted his address?
He didn't post his address, but this person...
No, somebody did in his comments, though.
This person knew where he lived. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But his setup for that was... I saw
it was fantastic.
Was amazing. Like, what he did was fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
Look,
who the fuck posts someone's address? Like,
Well, but here's the thing. If you don't
grinds
know
my
that...
gears.
Well, and also it's like, look, like this person wasn't dangerous or anything other than it's like they weren't wearing they were trying to come close without having a mask on. I was just like, hey, just put a mask on. Put a mask on.
Right. But I mean, if someone puts the address out, they might not have bad intentions, but someone who sees it could. Right. Like one time,
but it was on this person's private Facebook page. It wasn't like on a public Facebook page. It was a private Facebook page, so it wasn't like it was like going out to the public. But you know, it's I mean, look, as a Shmara competitor, we all have to make a decision on which friend request we accept. Because I'm just saying because fans.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Like I recently accepted your request. There we go. No, and I look at initially. I was only accepting requests of people I personally interacted with, and then as things
I just let you know, by the way.
Oh well, I'll find it at some point.
Some weeks I accept all of them. Some weeks I go, I don't know who this person is.
Yeah, for me, it was like while Sonia was going through her medical problems, I wanted to have her story spread as much as possible. So I was accepting as many, as long as I could see that this person was someone involved in the Shmara community. I was accepting the requests, and I've kind of kept that up. And it's I don't regret it, but it's at the same point. It's like but I know because I've talked to other people, and some were like, no, I just don't accept any of them, and some were like, yeah, whatever, I'll accept them all.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my only thing is I unfollow them mostly not because I don't, not because I'm offended by what I see them post, but it's because I want my feed to mostly include people that I want to see, So like, I don't, so I'm friends with you, but I never comment or post anything on you. It's just because like, I may have unfollowed you to improve the quantity of what I see of people that are like, my closer friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
But people that aren't familiar with the Shmodown or aren't familiar that like maybe someone like Paul has just random fans that he's accepted friend requests from, wouldn't think, hey, I need to be careful of your information on your private Facebook feed.
Yeah.
But
there was one time Ben Goddard put up a post about he was like complaining about his travel time between him and his parents' house, and he put up a Google Map thing on his public Twitter, and it had his home address and the destination address, and I had to hit him up immediately. I was like, bro, you need to take that shit down.
Yeah.
Like, that has your address and your parents' address. Take that shit down.
And he's so handsome.
Yeah, that's debatable.
No, I'm just saying, me, it's like I can post that, I don't have to worry. But Ben, like, he posts that, and he's gonna like people just like stalking
Craig,
him left, right, and center.
Craig, you just pull a different demographic.
I know. Sean pulls that demographic too. You know, I know what you're talking about. You know,
I know.
Rawr.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of bears out there.
Oh, this went off the rails quickly. Anyway, so
there was rails.
Yeah, I think the rails were Marvel villains, right?
Yeah,
not just Marvel, comic book villains.
Comic book villains. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what
worst comic book movie villains. We've gone through most of the worst ones, but I'm curious if you can come up with any that we haven't talked about yet.
Shang Tsung, Goro.
God damn it, Jake! Those aren't comic book movies at all.
There are Mortal Kombat comics, so technically,
the movies are based off of the video games. No, get out! Someone get Jake off the screen.
This is a Green Hornet discussion, isn't it?
Oh snap! Oh snap! First off, Christoph Waltz. Let me say this in Brandon Hanna's defense, and I only say this because
don't ever go to Brandon Hanna's defense. What the fuck?
I'm just saying the list of movies that would be included, I didn't receive before that match.
Right.
So that being said, how the fuck did he not know that answer?
I knew that answer. I don't know anything. It
was a really easy answer. But I didn't know that they'd ask Green Hornet questions. But, I mean, come on. Who doesn't know that answer? Fucking Christoph Waltz. Like, God bless Christoph Waltz.
The best.
2-time Academy Award winner.
Both for Tarantino, too.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah.
Tarantino's good at getting Best Supporting Actor wins. Should have had one more for Samuel L. Jackson. Have you guys? By the way, let me tell you, anyone watching this right now, have you guys seen? First off, everyone here right now, do yourself a favor, do me a favor, go to Gray Drake's Twitter channel, subscribe to Gray Drake's Twitter channel.
She's a delight in every facet.
Gray Drake is one of my favorite people I've met in the Schmutton. No offense, Sully.
No, that's fine.
But
she's awesome.
She is such an amazing person. And one of the things that she's posted recently was the time that she got Samuel L. Jackson to read her wedding vows for her. So do yourselves a favor, subscribe to Gray Drake's Twitter channel, because she is not only an amazing person, she's an amazing interviewer.
Yes.
And she can get celebrities to whatever the fuck she wants. And it's amazing.
I mean, she's the senior editor of Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, they're going to do whatever the fuck she wants.
Yeah. What was the one she was reposting a few months ago with a couple celebrities that they might have been where they remembered her from before? Maybe Hugh Jackman comes to mind. I don't know if that was him. Was it Life? Was it something with Life with Jake Gyllenhaal and Ryan Reynolds? Is that ringing a bell for anyone?
Oh,
that was the sci-fi movie. Was it called? Was it just called Life?
It was just called Life. I'm trying to remember what. Was
not to be confused with the Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence film Life, but Ryan.
Very different experiences.
Yeah. I think that was also just called Life, right? Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cheat and look it up because this isn't a okay. It was all right.
It was. I saw it in theaters. It was.
Greg, if it makes you feel better, I'm probably the Schmodown competitor that has seen the least amount of movies.
Well, but you only have to see 12.
Right, exactly. I only got to know my 12.
Yeah.
If I'm feeling really frisky, I can jump up to 200, but most likely it's just 12.
It's 214, Sean.
Well, it's probably going up next season.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? I'm down.
Jill, by the way, Jill came in to tell everyone she said hi.
Why didn't she say hi?
What up, Jelly?
Because she's like literally didn't realize I was still on a call of some
What's
form.
up, Jill?
She was just coming in to tell me to go to bed.
Speaking of Star Wars, I gave Rise of Skywalker another chance last night.
And you
I
loved
liked it a little bit better. And then tonight I watched
it's a fantastic
Force
film.
Awakens and Last Jedi again. I liked them better than I did before, but I already had Last Jedi at number 5. So
here's the thing. Here's the thing with Rise of Skywalker. It's more of a direct sequel to the Force Awakens. And for me, look, I don't put this on any of the directors. I put this really on Kathleen Kennedy making the decision to not have a single voice
vision,
single vision for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
But by saying, okay, everyone can do whatever the fuck they want, you had JJ do one movie, and then you have Rian Johnson say, I'm going to ignore everything JJ did and do a separate movie altogether. And then Colin Trevorrow, I don't know. I don't know if anyone ever knows why he officially left the franchise, but he left the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And then JJ has to come in and say, okay, I made a movie. Rian Johnson made a completely separate movie.
Right.
What do I make with this movie? And he made a sequel to his movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And the biggest crime of this to me is what happened to Finn. Because Finn's character was probably the most interesting thing of the new trilogy. And he gets completely just I've had too much alcohol to say the words I mean, but he
gets sidelined.
Not just sidelined, but he regresses. That's the word I'm looking for. They regress his character from the end of because he grows in The Force Awakens, and then they regress him to a previous state for the purpose of The Last Jedi to give him a completely different arc, which is more of a flat line. And it's just like, you know, it's
why does he have to sweat so much?
I mean, because those stormtrooper suits are hot, Jake.
They do not look very well.
Right. But
not even in the stormtrooper suits. He sweats and yells Ray and
does heavy breathing.
Yeah, but the story of a stormtrooper who defies his upbringing and defies his training and rejects, and like goes on his, that's the interesting story. And the most interesting thing from the trailer was like scenes like he takes his mask. I was like, it's a black stormtrooper. Like no one ever we've never seen a black stormtrooper before. I mean, because they're all clones.
We've never seen any stormtrooper.
Well, but we thought they all looked like Tamora Morrison after Attack of the Clones. But the fact that we see a stormtrooper actually have an emotional reaction, we've seen so many stormtroopers and we never saw any of them have an actual character. And this is the first
except
one
for the one who bumped his head. Craig,
he had the best arc of all of them.
Yeah.
Craig, I've been drinking, man. It is what it is.
Jake, I've been drinking a lot of vodka. This is a lot of vodka. And I've also had some rye whiskey. Point is, it's a long week. It's a long week for all of us.
But he also didn't reject his training. He rejected his conditioning.
Yeah. No, that's very true. He rejected his conditioning. But and then they so that story and what they set up for him, the thought of him, that was the most interesting thing they were doing. And anyone that says oh well, The Force Awakens was just A New Hope, it's like Finn, the character of Finn was nothing like anything they'd done in the previous films.
Yeah.
And the fact that he just gets totally cast aside after that first film is the worst thing that happened in that trilogy. Because he could have been the best part of that new trilogy. And
everybody knows what he was going to tell Ray.
Right? Well, they say he's force sensitive, which is a weird fucking thing.
Yeah.
Which by the way, is really weird that he didn't say it or whatnot. Like, it's a really weird cliffhanger sort of thing. Like, watching the movie, I was like, well, clearly he was just going to say he was in love with her, because that's the only kind of thing that you would say, Ray, I need to tell you something, and then not say it later. But like the fact that he's like, well, he was going to tell you he was force sensitive, and then didn't say it later. It's like, that's not the type of thing that you're about to tell someone in a life or death situation, and then when you escape it, you just don't tell them it. It's like
never mind.
Sorry, Jim.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what Finn was like.
Never mind.
Well, and if he was going to tell her he loved her, it kind of puts in this weird scenario where like he has Rose, and then he has
but there was never a romantic connection
trust me,
between
I agree.
Rose.
There was zero chemistry there.
Yeah, he was not into Rose at all. He friend-zoned Rose hardcore.
Yeah,
Rose kissed him. It was kind of forcibly, and then there was like, oh, why wasn't there a love story between Finn and Rose in the third movie? It's like because Finn was not into that.
And then there's all the fan retcons that say it's because Finn had a thing for Poe, but I'm not getting into all that shit.
No. That was let's not get it. Let's not get into the what do they call that? The
shipping.
Thank you. The shipping.
Yeah.
People love to ship. I hate shipping because
thank you.
Well, I ship Juice and AJ.
I can see it.
Rick Duck.
I mean, Juice has those great keytar skills.
And I have zero skills.
Exactly.
I actually, I need to roll. But y'all keep this going, and I'll see you next week.
Your fiance left 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's why
I think we might have to call it a night, guys. Call it the first episode.
I'm just staying on until Georgia gets their counts in.
Are we there yet?
Thank you all for coming out.
They said they should be there, but they said they should be there by
We got someone else here,
Sorry.
bro. Don't end stream. You can leave without ending stream.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Keep going.
I might jump out for a little bit. Keep this going.
Mike, you're leaving?
What? Hey, Rachel?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
And also David B. Music.
Some of my favorite people.
All right, so y'all keep this going, but I gotta go.
Oh, good night, Mike.
Can I say something real quick? Good night, guys. I want to say something. I haven't had a chance. David B. Music. Thank you so much for the wonderful theme song you wrote for me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my dude.
And thank you for my
I hope
theme
you like
song.
it. Guys. Yeah, you're what?
If you
No,
AJ, if you accidentally get end stream right now, I will fuck you up.
I will not end the stream.
Well, he can end stream without kicking us out.
I will jump out for a little bit, however.
You can end stream and we could be background, but
but no, we want the people. We want Julian to be like, Sean, go to bed.
We gotta have our.
I don't even know how many people are watching. How many people are watching? 2 viewers.
Are we live?
I have no idea.
We are live. Yeah, we're live.
We are.
Oh.
It's like a Zoom call that 2 other people are watching without being on.
Basically,
one of them is the other room behind Sean.
Yeah, and the other one's my phone. I don't know the other person. So we did have all this.
Y'all have had more people on than C2A usually, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Real quick question: what's C2A?
Oh,
yeah.
I'll jump out.
Ouch, bird.
We gave you money.
Gave you
What?
No, but no, Dave. I'll say briefly, real quick that when I was we all know I had some really rough times this year, and during some of the rough times, Christian just sent me an email. I was like, hey, I know things are bad. I hope this will cheer you up. This is the theme that was written for you by David B. And I listened to it, and I thought it was fantastic, and it was every time I hear it, I get pumped up. I actually have words that I haven't written a full song to it, but I have words in my mind that I sing along to it at points. At some point, I'll write a full song or write full lyrics to it, but I really enjoy it. And I'm honored to have it. So thank you so much.
Oh man,
David.
that's awesome. Thank you so much, dude. Legit, since we're on it, that one was like the longest I've ever written a piece for. Besides the fact that it's like a full orchestra, I have like 20 individual tracks I had to like program out and stuff like that. It was also like what I was hoping it would do for you, because like Christian hit me up and I was like, dude, I'm on that right away. You know what I mean? Like I want to rally and support the community and everyone in the community any way I can. So that one in particular really meant a lot to me personally as well. And I was like, I can't let this suck. It needs to be perfect. Damn it.
Is that public? Have I heard that already?
I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah, it plays before all my matches. Have you not watched my matches?
Well,
you mean dummy?
You were
You
talking
guys
about something new.
You guys haven't bought every single track I've composed off of Skybound, the store.
No, I go to your. I just go to your Spotify.
I can't put him on Spotify. I'm under contract.
Yeah, I just go to your Spotify and listen to your Rachel Cushing track on repeat
Rachel,
like 18 times a
Corruption,
night.
and Janine.
That one I can still legally own because I paid the rights to it.
Nice. Yeah, no. Every match I've had except for the exhibition match and the my first match. Every match other than that has been the David B song. And
They just played it in the horror, right?
They did also. It was a little inconvenient for the horror because I had this whole like intro plan, and I was like, oh wait, shit, they're playing my theme song beforehand. I had this whole like intro planned out. I was like, all right, gotta wait through the song, and then I did my intro. But it really works well also because for all the intros in these virtual matches, first all I'd say it's like shame on the rest of you for not taking your time and delivering a thoughtful entrance for your virtual matches. Everyone else just like camera shows up, hey, I'm here, but it's like it's like do something. Give you have all this space to work with.
Okay, like I can't plan an entrance. It's so hard to like get situated with all the crap that's around me, like my setup. So I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here. But I will say that I'm pretty sure you and I are some of the only ones that actually like full tilt into costumes for the horror free for all.
No, your costume was awesome. I love that. I love that the saw costume you did. It was
I literally like threw the scarf on like last second. Like my mom was walking around. I was like, "Do you have like a red scarf or something?" She's like, "I think so," and like ran up and got it and like tied it on right before I went live.
Nice,
worked beautifully. But yeah, I was a little disappointed with the lack of dressing up for a horror free for all. It's like we had enough time, guys. Just plan something.
I loved Lon's. I loved Lon's costume though.
You loved whose?
Lon's.
Thank you.
Lon did the
Lon, yes.
Lon's costume was the professor. So he was the delinquent dressing up as the professor for the free throws. It was so meta. It was fantastic.
I missed
just
that.
Makes me so happy every time he's on screen. Like it's so great. Like playing against him was so hard because all I wanted to do was just sit there and be like, "You're so funny," but I couldn't.
Hey Rachel, what time are we on tomorrow?
7. We can bump it to 7:30 if you want.
I think 7 works. I think I can make 7.
What are you guys doing tomorrow at 7?
He's on my show.
I'm on his show.
Okay, I see how it is.
I'm gonna hit you up for January because like the holidays are a little weird with everybody's schedules and stuff, and I think I have a
Rachel plans like 3 months ahead.
I have to. My OCD is hardcore. Although it makes it hard to like really book that far out in advance because like so many things change day to day, and it's like, well, if somebody like because I know we're all just like I'm scurrying and applying for jobs like every day, so it's one of those things that's like. I can do an interview, just not on Thursday nights. Like, don't call me on Thursday nights. But other than that, like things change like day to day, but I do have somebody lined up super special. I'm hoping it comes through. We've been in talks for the Christmas episode, so it'll be.
Yeah, I told you I'll be there tomorrow.
We can do a Christmas in November. No, like honestly, I think that when I announce this, it should, if it's not my highest viewed interview, I'll be very, very disappointed in everyone because it should be.
Is it Mariah Carey?
Fantastic. Oh, God, no.
No, it's Kevin Smith.
Is it?
Oh my God! If that was the case, I would not be able to talk about it.
Is it Alonso Duralde?
I was going to if he was my backup if I couldn't get this person.
Ooh, I'm trying to think who it could be then.
Guys, I think we're now in control of this stream.
I'm not.
Whose stream are we even on?
Yeah, what is this?
This is Jader's stream, I think.
Is it really?
I literally got asked to come in, and I thought it was just a late night hangout. And then I'm like, I saw the live in the corner, and I was like, wait a minute.
I really thought it was
it's AJ and Mike. This is their show, but they fucked it up.
I don't know. Jader was like, "Hey, want to talk about comic book villains?" I'm like, "Sure."
Yeah, it's AJ and Mike's stream.
Gotcha.
This is technically the first episode, and they couldn't even get it on the right channel, so they had to go to AJ's YouTube channel instead of the actual channel.
Hold on, I gotta fix my light.
So we're just chilling.
Hey, it's an all-star. It's an all-star cast, AJ. Look for your first episode. You've got me, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Wow,
that was a joke.
Craig.
That was a joke. I got jokes. I got jokes.
I thought we were all turning off cams in protest.
Oh, I thought we were just showing off our. I mean, I don't know why Rachel is Blade.
Oh, Sully, the Ben Quadraneros. Hold on, I love that you went with the Ben Quadraneros, Sully. That's amazing.
Well, that's my 5-pointer that I lost.
I know. That's why I'm clapping because I knew that was your 5-pointer that you lost on. That's why it's like it's like you're wearing it as a badge.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Yeah, no,
well,
I fucking love that.
It's cut off, but it says "tunned" next to it.
Oh, beautiful.
Fucking Molly Damon rips into me about it every time Ben Quadraneros or Tun comes up when she's on Star Wars Explained. She's like, "Yeah, I mean, everyone knows what planet he's from."
Don't worry, the General's chat has had more Lucas Black jokes.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, though.
I'll tell you what. So has the PJ Campbell Network chat.
I'll say this about Lucas Black. Lucas Black is not famous.
No,
he is not.
I knew the answer to that question. Clearly, I knew the answer to that question, but it shouldn't be a 2-point question because Lucas Black isn't famous. But and I said that at the time that movie was made, I was working at a talent agency, so I can tell you for a 100% fact that movie was supposed to be a direct-to-video movie. All the casting breakdowns said it was direct-to-video, but it was only after they shot the film and then they managed to get the Dom Toretto cameo, which they only got because they traded him the rights to the Chronicles of Riddick franchise in exchange for him to do the cameo in the movie, that the test audiences went through the roof. That's beautiful. Test audiences went through the roof, and they said, you know what? Sure, let's release this in theaters instead. And the only other movie that he had even sort of a starring role in was Legion, which was a low-budget horror film. He wasn't the lead in Sling Blade. Anyway, but Legion, he wasn't the lead in Friday Night Lights.
It's a TV show. It doesn't apply.
No, he was in the movie.
No, he was in the movie. He was in the movie. Taylor Kitsch was the TV show, right?
Oh, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think Texas and football. I instantly go to Varsity Blues. I'm like, he wasn't there.
Oh, he's the Friday. No, he was Friday Night Lights.
He's no James Vanderbeek.
No,
hell no, he's not. Give me my Dawson, my weepy cry Dawson.
Anyway,
Larry.
Lucas Black, sure, he's like third lead in one of the CSI or NCIS's. He's third lead in like the 5th spinoff of Jag. But the point is that he's not.
Shit, my mom loves Jag.
It's a fantastic show for old people. But the point is that
hey, do not disrespect Mama Silvestrini.
I mean,
That is my baby right there.
I'm just saying, Ben Bateman knows 99%. Ben Bateman knows 99% of 2-pointers, and the fact that he got a 2-pointer that wouldn't have been known by everyone was, was unfortunate. And it was like, look, when you have a 6-point lead going into the final round of the game, that means that if your opponent gets all 3 of their questions right, you only need to be able to answer 2 of your questions. And the fact that he got a 2-point question that wasn't something that he would have known, okay. I feel like I'm,
No,
maybe I should stop. It's unfortunate, and
I agree.
It is.
It's the curse. Like it just goes to show you that there is no safety net. Like at all.
Oh, exactly. There's the Schmodown gods, as they say. There's the Schmodown gods, and he apparently angered the Schmodown gods, and he randomly received the 1 2-pointer that he didn't know when all he needed was a 2-pointer.
So
apparently Gray Drake also angered the Schmodown gods and couldn't get a fucking
confirmed.
Apparently, God,
maybe Tom Dagnino angered the Schmodown gods.
That's actually much more likely than anybody else.
But the fact that Gray Drake only needed to be able to get a 2-point question right, and she got scores and soundtracks for her 2-point category. And now, mind you, it was the easy, of course, if I feel like every answer to a 2-point scores and soundtrack question should be John Williams, but
agreed.
But just the fact that she got scores, like she would have known probably any other 2-point question. And again, it's like I'm personally frustrated by these because, with both of them, I worked heavily in training them and whatnot, and I was heavily invested in their success, and then saw them get so close and then just get asked the one question they wouldn't know the answer to. It was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
I understand that feeling firsthand quite fucking well.
Yeah,
it's heartbreaking.
Can we say how great that Gray versus Stacey Howard match was? It was so fantastic.
My God. I'm so sad that wasn't in studio because I miss both of them so much, and Gray is just grown up goals for me. And not getting to see them and not getting to be there in person for the whole Stacey Howard 2.0 of it all. It was just perfect. They were so good and so funny.
Well. If you're missing Stacey Howard in your life, she was on last week's Call to Action, and she's going to be the guest judge on Schmobates on Saturday.
Ooh.
We need a ghost judge.
See that cough?
You say
choke on ghost stick.
Rachel,
I'm busy Saturday, but
yes, Sully.
They need a ghost judge.
Isn't Rachel?
Why are you yellow, Sully?
Why am I yellow?
Because he's jaundiced.
What color do you want me to be?
Malaria.
It's malaria.
I don't know, but this is. There you go.
Yeah, that's better.
You were in the spectrum of colors a person could conceivably be.
So not the colors of Mitch McConnell. Yep. Heyo! Oh. Y'all see that pictures of Mitch McConnell becoming a stone man from Game of Thrones?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not against it.
Yeah, well,
I almost wanted to move back to Kentucky just to
look like a thrown out creature from Guillermo del Toro's Notebook.
Wait, what does Paul mean? He wishes he could listen in right now. What are you
He's
talking
probably
about?
at work or something.
He's at work.
He's on the police radio today.
He's saving lives and shit. He doesn't.
Oh, see that when you see the police, I thought you meant he's one of those ambulance chasing lawyers.
He's employed and shit.
He's I think Paul's public with what he does, right, Jake?
Yeah, he's a EMS 911 operator.
He's that soothing
and normally
he watches all of our streams while he's saving lives.
But he can't while he's on actually on the police radios, and today's actually on the police radios.
Well, PLD, guess what? You can listen in later because this is all going to be on the air, right? I don't know whose show this is.
Yeah,
we're still
whose channel?
What?
Whose channel are we on right now? I can't.
So yeah, this started off. It's kind of a funny story. With Mike and I starting our first episode of our podcast, and for some reason the channel we created wouldn't let us go live. So we're live on my channel, and I'm gonna split some stuff out probably tomorrow.
Why didn't it let you go live?
I do not know. Yeah, I set it up and everything, got it verified like weeks in advance. Just
where did the juice go? Did he tell us he was
asleep?
Where did the juice go?
Yeah,
juice.
Oh, juice. Okay.
The juice.
Whoa!
The juice made Exodus.
Whoa! Don't put words in my mouth, there, Jake.
And to answer your question, they all went to bed.
Yeah, everybody went to bed.
All I have to say is, I, for one, complain about the spelling of Kike Hernandez's first name. Every time I see it, I was like, he should really find a different spelling for that name.
Isn't it just Keke?
It's Kike with a M, with like a accent mark on the E, and thank God he does that. But it's like, you should really find a different way to spell Kike because everyone else has.
I would just, I'd go with Kai.
No, Kike. You can spell like Ke. I don't know. There's other ways to spell Kike. I don't know why he doesn't spell the Kike a different way, but I guess it's like the emphasis mark on the mark. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you saying how it was spelled, I was like, no, that's how you spell Kike, right?
Nope.
That's how you spell something. Where is he from?
Well,
Latin America.
His name's Enrique.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
I would just go with fucking Enrique then. Shit.
Yeah, no, but his nickname's Kike, and they grew up spelling that way. It's like, yeah, but you're nationally televised now, so maybe you should I don't know, find a different way to spell that nickname of yours. You know, maybe.
Yep.
That's a total Topher Grace move.
Yeah, huh?
Wait, who are we talking about?
I said that's a total Topher Grace move.
So Kike Hernandez is a Los Angeles Dodgers player who's a frequent. He does very well in the postseason, and the Dodgers are in the postseasons every year. And so every postseason, I'm like, oh man, Kike, maybe you should spell it because I got friends I text and I want to say something nice whenever something good happens with the Dodgers. I'm like, it's like God, he really needs to change the spelling of his name. So I can't
you can just enter a name into your phone.
But I can't
correct spelling.
I can't put that name in because it's not spelled correct. It's not a good spelling. I can't spell that.
It's not a good word.
It's not a good word to spell.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you guys are against this. It makes total sense to me.
I really don't want to be the one to say it.
It's a cultural thing. It doesn't mean the same thing, but I get it.
I know it doesn't mean the same thing, but it's like he's on a national stage now. He's
I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you.
No,
Rachel.
I understand what it's about. I get it.
Look, Rachel, when a man and a woman love each other very much,
or if they're too drunk at a bar, yes, I understand. However, with the accent, it makes sense.
All right, that is my cue. I need to go to work in the morning, and then I need to be on stream. Then I need to be on stream all night with Rachel.
Yeah,
so, thank you guys for having me.
2 a.m. Yeah, I
love you all very much. We'll see you soon.
Love you, Sean. Allegedly, Georgia was supposed to be done counting by now. Let me see if they're done counting yet.
Ooh.
Nope.
Never done coming, Greg.
No, they said they were going to be done counting. I said counting.
Oh, counting.
God damn it, Jake. Jesus.
It's been going for.
Holy shit.
You know what? It's Georgia.
28 hours.
It makes sense that they count very slowly.
Exhausted.
I mean, you know what? I'll take an extra day or two if they are being thorough.
No, it's fine. They just said they were going to be done by 3 a.m. Eastern time, and it's
but
past 3 a.m. Eastern time now.
But I don't trust people when they give you deadlines like that.
I know they just said they were going to have it done. I just wanted to see if they knew what their count was.
Or if they update the count,
I'm very good with waiting.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm fine with waiting because look, at this point, it's like
I don't even care if we have to wait till January. And then the next thing you know, like the results happen and there's just like U-Hauls just like on a stream into like down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to see that so badly. Like, can we have live coverage of that? Because that would just be like the happiest day.
Yeah. And look, and the reason why we're all okay with waiting is because it's like, well, we see the writing on the wall. And, look, like when one side's saying, stop counting these votes. It's like, well, it's because these votes that were legally cast are going to, like, they're saying this, they were saying it in Michigan after Biden had already taken the lead. They're like, stop counting. It's like, all right, well, if they stop counting right now, Biden wins. Do you want them to stop counting now?
Yeah, right.
Like,
and then they're in other places saying, keep counting.
Keep counting here.
Get your fucking shit together.
Yeah, exactly. It's silly. It's silly. And so like now that it's clear what has happened, we are fine with letting the dust settle, and however long it takes, it's fine. But
I will say this: it's not over until it's over. Like I don't have high hopes because I had high hopes 4 years ago, and that was the worst night of my life. Second worst night of my life. And it's one of those things where I'm like, you know what? If it ends up coming out that like because we counted every vote that the worst happens, I would rather that be the like I would rather know for a fact that like that is what happened rather than like have them stop counting and all of a sudden all of the numbers add up and it's like, oh wait, we're short. Like just fucking keep counting. And when
I actually need to head out too. I do have to work in the morning.
Maybe we should end the stream. Should we talk more about comic book villains?
I can't be a part of like political talk for my job.
No, it's okay. Well, like, we can stop talking about political stuff. I don't.
But no, I actually do have to go to bed though.
Jakey's got a bedtime that he surpassed.
Right.
So.
Yes.
Hey, I'll tell my mom you said hi, Jake.
Hey, mama.
Hey, mama.
Jake, thank you for not showing me your ass tonight.
I can if you want.
All right, thank God.
So he's saying that he can't speak about politics because of his job, but he can show his ass.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the government, okay? It's not like he's a female. Like, they don't control his body. It's fine.
No, but let's talk about something a little more lighthearted. Yeah, exactly. And I apologize for taking us off the rails. I heard that they said that by 3 a.m. they were going to have a count. So I was like,
it's literally on every single person's mind.
Yeah, man, you're fine.
Like
I know,
100%.
I just stopped paying attention to it because they said. But I will say this: I have watched 0 minutes of TV the last 2 days.
Nice.
Same.
I watched last night, and then today I avoided as much updates on social media as possible, and I just got stoned all day and had a beer earlier, and then I watched Good Omens because I didn't know what else to do, and I was like, this sounds hopeful. And that's good. I finished all season 1. It's fantastic. If you haven't seen it, go watch Good Omens on Amazon.
I think this is a time to admit that I can't do TV because it gives me so much anxiety.
What?
Yeah, there's something about even if it's like an 8 to 10 episode series, like sometimes I'm like, I just can't. It's like, I don't know. It's so weird that like, because I'll pause episodes because it's just like a lot because you're just like, what's going on? What's happening? Like shows like True Detective, which I got through like 2 episodes of the first season, and it's great. I legit love the show, but I'm just like, I can't binge this. Like, it's too much for my brain. I don't know why.
What about The Mandalorian?
That honestly, the weekly thing really helps me because I could like, just sit with it for a bit. You know what I mean? There's something about like the idea of like sitting on a couch for like 10 hours to binge a show. Like I just can't.
mean, you have the ability to like stop at any point.
I know,
during your
I know, but it's so weird because I have done that. Like for example, like the first season of The Boys, like I watched like the first 3 episodes, didn't watch it forever, and then when they announced season 2, I was like, I should probably watch that show, and I eventually did get through season 1, but now I'm sitting on season 2, so
it's so good.
I know it is. I love the first season, but it's just I don't know, man. There's something about my brain.
I haven't seen a single episode of it. I should watch it.
I highly recommend you watch it.
I think you would love it, man.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's so good.
But
Although
you know what?
You
I haven't watched any of it because we will never get a question on it in the Schmodown.
You know what? Though sometimes
priorities.
Sometimes
you never know, man.
You know what? No, it actually helps because like as you're going through, like different actors will show up and you can like just go through their filmography like in your brain while you're watching it. That's what I do with every fucking TV show now because Schmodown has destroyed my brain.
Well, no, but for me, like I've actually spent the last 10 years very heavily focused on TV shows. So like I already know most of the actors from most TV shows. It's just the newer TV shows like, The Boys that I hadn't seen that I'm not up with yet. But it's like, even with, The Haunting of Hill House, like, like that's the guy that's the Invisible Man. So if I ever get that question, I got that one locked in. It's one of those things. So it's very good to know those because they'll say, okay, even in the most recent, was it the teams match? Wait, which match was it where they said what lost actress? No, it was the horror films match. It was the horror free for all. What lost actress starred in such and such film, and they were looking for Elizabeth Mitchell, and so it's like knowing the casts of TV shows is really helpful in the Schmodown because they will give you those as context clues,
especially like the super popular ones. They're never going to reference like Coop, this actor that played an intern on Spin City. Like I mean, you might because it's PJ and Spin City's his favorite show, but
fuck you, PJ. Sorry, unfuck you, PJ.
I'll be sure to clip that out.
I said unfuck you, PJ. There was an on in there. But
wait, no, you want to fuck on PJ? Is that did I hear that right?
On, I said on
PJ.
Like on
top of PJ.
It's been 2 months since lockdown. Everyone's a little lonely. There's no judgment here.
I said on. I say on.
Like neither of you are unattractive. It's fine. I bless.
Whatever helps you, man.
I said on. Yeah. On. Anyway,
yeah.
Point is,
on PJ. Yeah.
No, on. No, but it's like
anybody still listening?
No, I don't think so. Right?
At some point, though, I don't know. I think PLB's
4 people live
watching at some point. Oh, I don't know. Point is though, is that Game of Thrones, for instance, like you need to know every cast member of Game of Thrones because when they pop up in a movie, they'll be like, "Hey, which Game of Thrones cast member was in The Dark Knight?" You need to know. Well, technically 2 of them because both. And McElhenney and Aidan Gillen are both in it. But then they'll say which roles they were, or they'll say which Game of Thrones actor was in Sing Street, and that's Aidan Gillen. So it's like like they do shit like that all the time, like especially with like Game of Thrones, like the super popular TV shows. They'll say which actor from this show is in this, so you just got to know like the entire cast of those shows. But so I should learn the cast of The Boys. You are correct.
It's also really fun. It's a nice brain break from movies.
I know Carl Urban's in it.
Yeah, he is. Billy, my love. I love him so much.
Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg's in The Boys.
Simon Pegg's in it. Yeah, he plays
Mm-hmm.
he plays Huey's dad, which is played by Jack. Oh my God, it's Meg Ryan.
Is he only in
Meg
like a
Ryan's
couple
son.
episodes? Oh
No, he's in. Oh, Simon Pegg.
Simon Pegg? Is he only in like a couple episodes?
He's
Yeah,
like
he's
in 2
only
or
in a
3.
few. He's in like 3 or.
I remember him like in an interview saying that like he'd be open for doing more, but he doesn't have anything planned. Like the Quaid, Jack Quaid. His name's
Jack Quaid. Yeah,
Jack Quaid. Yes,
he's
I
a regular.
was like Jack Ryan. No, that's not right. That's the character.
I know.
Jack
I couldn't remember.
Jack
I was
Quaid.
like, it's like the guy from The Rookie. That guy.
It's the star of Star Trek Lower Decks, Jack Quaid.
Damn.
See, if they say which Star Trek Lower Decks star, I'll be like, oh, Jack Quaid.
I would have that question thrown out for irrelevance.
How dare you?
No one watches that show. I'm sorry, but wow.
No, it's
that show came out. Like, I was looking forward to it. It like has actually. It's been a rough few months.
It's fine. I've only watched 1 episode so far. I might watch more. Who knows? I'm watching movies instead. I'm busy.
What's been a movie that you've watched that's like that you didn't think you'd like?
A movie that I watched I didn't think I'd like? Well, I've spent all of October watching horror films like exclusively. So even after the free-for-all, I kept watching horror films because it was October, right?
Yeah.
And so one that I didn't think I liked that I did. I mean, I feel like a lot of them I was like, I thought I knew were good. I feel like I knew which ones were going to be good and which ones were going to be bad of the ones I watched. But I feel like the first Saw was one that I thought I wasn't going to like because I don't enjoy gore and I don't enjoy torture porn. But the first Saw is so very little like gore and torture porn, and it's a pretty well made story. Whereas like I hear the rest of the franchise is totally just gore and torture porn.
Yeah.
But the first Saw is a really good film.
You hadn't seen it before your watch in October?
No.
Wow.
No, because fuck those movies. No, but the first one was good. But fuck those movies.
First one is fantastic. Did you watch all of them? Because I literally binged through all like 7 of them because I couldn't find Jigsaw. But I binged like all of the Saw movies in like a day and a half, and I had to like watch the Care Bear movie after that to like cleanse myself.
That sounds awful.
No.
I just got so desensitized after like because we filmed that like mid-October, and so we still had like 2 weeks of October left, and I was like, well, I started watching horror movies in very early September, and so I was like, well, I put in 6 weeks. I don't really care. So like Halloween was kind of like oh yeah, it's now, isn't it? Like
yeah. Well, and it's funny because like if you look at my Twitter feed, like I posted like 1 a day of which movies I was watching, but I was really watching 3 a day and only posting 1 of which one because we weren't supposed to announce that we were in the thing, so I didn't want to give away that I was in it, but I was also just like trying to post. But like it was also funny, like if you watch, it's like eventually at a certain point they switch from being like actual horror films to like horror comedies, and that's what I was just like. I want to laugh while watching my horror now, so like give me like Love and Monsters. And I forget the other horror comedies I was watching. But it's like just like Hocus Pocus. Just like it's like please just don't make me hurt. But
yeah, they need definitely more horror comedies along the lines of Little Monsters and Cabin in the Woods. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is one of my favorites because I'm deeply in love with both of them. They're just the sweetest guys in the world.
I hear Tyler Labine's a dick.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No.
I don't remember how or when I heard that. I just heard it. Sorry.
Oh, but he's such a teddy bear.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I enjoy him as an actor. I can't remember when or where I heard that. So I don't even know if it's true. It's not a first-hand story. But everyone loves Alan Tudyk, right?
Oh yeah.
He's wonderful.
Yeah.
He's Wash. How do you hate Wash?
No one hates him. Everyone loves him.
No.
Yeah. He's Steve the pirate.
Steve. Wait, we've got a pirate?
Exactly. But But the one, so just to pull the curtain back in terms of my prep for that's like, I made sure that I watched during my prep at least one film from each of the major horror franchises, and I also made sure that I watched like all of the major horror films. And I felt like it was like fighting a Hydra studying for that, because like every